After returning to High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai did not rush to leave and instead waited as he had agreed to. A few days later, the Dong family rushed over. A few days after that, a group of beautiful 10,000 flower palace women also arrived, dazzling the surrounding people with their charm and allure. A few days after that, Treasure Instrument sect came. Almost every 2 or 3 days, a group of people would arrive from different places and join the migration to Tongshan realm. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them. As long as they were from the same sex as his friends, he would accept them enthusiastically. This made all these newcomers very grateful. The world was in chaos, the central capital has fallen, and suddenly there were now masters at something called the Saint Realm appearing. This news had spread like the wind across the entire Great Han dynasty. Just when these sects didn't know what to do, Yang Kai had shown them a path forward. So after receiving the news from their disciples who were in the central capital, none of these sects hesitated, all of them quickly packing up their things and rushing over to High Heaven Pavilion to join Yang Kai. The crowd grew day by day, and soon the original 1,000-person team snowballed into a massive 4,000 or 5,000-person crowd. While waiting, Yang Kai didn't remain idle, letting Li Rong, Han Fei, and Shikuan direct everyone's cultivation while he refined and distributed some simple pills, doing everything possible to help his friends and family improve their strength. Everyone was ecstatic. Li Rong, Han Fei, and Shikuan sat in front of countless cultivators day and night, teaching these good students about their own comprehensions of the heavenly way and martial Tao. The 3 Saint Realm masters who followed Yang Kai spoke each day until their mouths went dry, but when they looked out and saw the yearning in the eyes of the crowd, so they couldn't bear to disappoint them, and so they braced themselves and continued their cultivation lectures. Among the eager students, the Yang family blood warriors and the Hu sisters' growth was the most noticeable. In just a few days, each of them seemed to have experienced subtle changes in their true qi and cultivation. Under the shackles of this world, even if they had reached the transcendent realm, what they could comprehend of the heavenly way was limited. But after being enlightened by Li Rong and the other saints, their eyes were immediately opened. Outside the crowd, Qiu Yimeng stared at the transcendent realm cultivators with some envy before examining her own cultivation and sighing. These days, she had spoken a lot with Yang Kai and learned about the many wonders of Tongshan realm. She knew that transcendents were abundant on that side, and that such cultivation wasn't enough to be considered a true master. On the contrary, as a peak Immortal Ascension boundary cultivator, she was already a top-level master here, but on the other side, that really wouldn't be enough to look at. Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators on that side were as common as hairs on an ox. In her heart, she was secretly anxious. "Are you envious of their cultivation?" Yang Kai suddenly appeared beside her and asked. "What use is envy? It just means my aptitude is only such." Qiu Yimeng smiled. "Moreover, I am a woman later in life. I will have to focus on tending the household and raising children. What point will there be in having such high cultivation then? Were you always a woman who could be so easily satisfied?" Yang Kai glanced over at her curiously. Qiu Yimeng wore a forced smile. "I'm very easy to satisfy, it's just that you refuse to." "Stop. Enough of that crazy talk." Yang Kai really couldn't endure it. Qiu Yimeng glanced at him faintly before sighing helplessly. "Fine. I envy them. But so what? Why can't I envy them? Especially those Hu sisters. You know that in the past, their cultivation was even lower than mine, but since you left, they experienced an astonishing growth period and their strength soared all the way up to the transcendent realm, causing everyone's eyes to go red with envy. Look, can't you see the red in my eyes too? Saying so, she pushed her tender body provocatively onto Yang Kai before ruthlessly pinching his waist, grumbling through clenched teeth. Tell me honestly, did you give them something good but didn't give it to me? How could that be? Yang Kai truly felt wronged. Didn't I give you a lot of myriad drug liquid right from the beginning? That spirit liquid should have been enough to greatly improve your aptitude. Then why are they so much fiercer? They have their own opportunities. Yang Kai didn't know how to explain. Then what about your wife's little brother? Qiu Yimeng looked at him pitifully. He was even further behind than those two sisters when you left. He also has his own opportunities. Yang Kai could only brace himself as he repeated. However, from what Xiao Yimeng had just said, Yang Kai suddenly discovered that of the younger generation here, only those few people who had obtained benefits from the Inheritance Heaven's Cave stood out from the crowd. Others, even those on Xiao Yimeng's level, had not yet broken through to the transcendent realm. It was clear from this how massively advantageous the benefits from the Inheritance Heaven's Cave were. I believe you. Xiao Yimeng saw Yang Kai's embarrassed appearance and no longer interrogated him, complacently saying, You've always considered those on your side as one family. I know that you wouldn't treat me poorly. Yang Kai nodded, sweeping her with his divine sense secretively, suddenly smiling in the next instant. Just wait until we reach Tongxian realm, and I'll deliver you a pleasant surprise. What kind of surprise? Xiao Yimeng's beautiful eyes brightened. When we get to that side, you'll know. Don't ask anything more for now. Just focus on your cultivation. Xiao Yimeng spat disdainfully. Playing cheap tricks? What kind of wicked scheme are you up to now? Yang Kai just smiled and said nothing more, acting mysterious in the same way Xiao Yimeng had always hated, causing her to be at her wits' end yet helpless to change anything. Xiao Yimeng's greatest strength was that she didn't regard herself as an outsider. Even though she and Yang Kai now had a huge disparity in strength and status, she still dared maintain the same level of intimacy in their relationship and didn't deliberately humble or alienate herself. This was something Yang Kai greatly appreciated. The same was true of Huixingqin. On the contrary, there are the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace, Chun Xueshu, and many of the others now acted somewhat restrained when they were facing Yang Kai, no longer interacting as freely as they used to. The gap in strength and status was something they were conscious of. As he was happily chatting with Xiao Yimeng, Yang Kai's face dramatically changed as he turned his eyes towards the distant horizon. Master! Li Rong and Han Fei, who were even now lecturing others about their cultivation experiences, called out simultaneously. Damn! Yang Kai couldn't help but swear, his expression becoming incredibly dark and gloomy. He would rarely swear in front of others, only doing so when his mood was greatly disturbed. What happened? Xiao Yimeng hurriedly asked, realizing something was terribly wrong from Yang Kai's unusually stern expression and harsh language. It seemed that there was some kind of huge danger approaching, causing her face to pale slightly. Stay alert. If you sense the fallout from a battle from that direction, begin evacuating the people here through the void corridor immediately. Don't wait for us. Yang Kai solemnly replied. What exactly is going on? Xiao Yimeng anxiously stomped her foot. Powerful enemies are coming, several of them. Yang Kai explained haphazardly before no longer wasting time, signaling to Li Rong and Han Fei, preparing to take them to intercept these newcomers. He didn't even need to guess about the identity of the ones approaching. From the shocking demonic qi they gave off, it was obvious it was Demon General Menggu and Xueli. More than a month ago, Yang Kai had driven them away from the central capital city and at the time concluded that they would not return to disgrace themselves again. But unexpectedly they had really come back. On top of that, there was the aura of another master with them this time, and this master was clearly far stronger than Menggu or Xueli, their aura as vast as the sea. Another demon general? Facing 3 demon generals, even if Li Rong and Han Fei teamed up, they wouldn't be able to defeat them quickly, nor would they be able to guarantee the safety of the thousands of people here. Yang Kai planned to seize the initiative and not allow the enemy to approach this place. But who would have thought that before he could act, from above the thick layer of clouds, a voice would suddenly call out, This senior has arrived unsolicited in order to discuss an important matter with Holy Master Yang. I hope Holy Master Yang will not take offense. The owner of this voice was still around 100 kilometers away, but the sound of their voice seemed to resound right beside Yang Kai's ear, crisp and clear. The several thousand people gathered nearby all turned and looked up into the sky, quickly seeing the originally bright sun covered in a thick black cloud, blanketing the world around them in darkness. At the same time, this dark cloud seemed to press down upon them, causing everyone present to feel very uncomfortable. Yang Kai's brow furrowed and he remained in place. Li Rong and Han Fei looked to him for instructions, but Yang Kai just slowly shook his head, signaling them to stand by. Before the other party had even arrived, he had taken the initiative to send a message, as if trying to show courtesy. This alone made Yang Kai quite confused, wondering who this individual was and what objective he had. From the horizon, a pitch-black light swept across the world and rapidly approached, like the herald of disaster, making everyone who saw it pale with fear. Yang Kai coldly snorted and shouted, "Could your excellency withdraw your demonic qi? You're frightening my friends." Yang Kai's voice shot out like an arrow, piercing through the dark clouds of black light, opening a hole in them and allowing the rays of the sun to once again shine down on High Heaven Pavilion. The oppressive pressure stagnated, allowing everyone to gasp for breath. Soon, an apologetic voice called out, "Excuse me, Holy Master Yang. This senior is used to acting freely and had not expected so many people to be present." As he spoke, the dark clouds high up in the sky, as if they were brushed aside by a great hand, were scattered and soon melted away. The world was quickly restored to its former brightness. Yang Kai's eyes revealed a deep sense of wariness, and even Li Rong's expression became quite dignified. They quickly became aware of the tyrannical strength of the man who had come. Soon, the three figures appeared before the eyes of the crowd, quietly suspended mid-air, as if they had been standing there from the very beginning. Among the three, the first one was a middle-aged man with a plain appearance, wearing a regal yet somewhat gaudy robe embroidered with images of dragons and phoenixes. Standing behind this middle-aged man was Demon General Xueli and Meng Gu, both of them holding their backs up straight with solemn looks upon their faces, a mix of fear and respect flashing across their eyes as whenever they glanced towards the middle-aged man's back. Seeing this, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as a storm began raging in the depths of his heart. Before seeing this scene, Yang Kai had thought that Xueli and Meng Gu were unwilling to let this insult pass and had called another demon general to assist them, but now could immediately determine that this plain-looking middle-aged man was no demon general. Although his heart was calling out in alarm, Yang Kai maintained his tranquil look as he stared deeply at this middle-aged man, dread flashing across the depths of his pupils. This middle-aged man's way of dressing was eccentric, but his eyes were incredibly sharp, radiating a fierce, piercing light, making others not dare to stare into them. His aura was also vast and immeasurably deep. Cocking his head to the side, the middle-aged man's eyes swept over the crowd down below before fixing on Yang Kai and revealing a light smile. "Holy Master Yang?" This man had never met Yang Kai before, but amongst the thousands of people in front of him, he was able to determine who Yang Kai was at a glance, making it clear how sharp his eyes really were. Yang Kai gently nodded, responding in a solemn tone, "Demon Commander?" The middle-aged man raised his brow and laughed loudly, liberally praising. Holy Master Yang's vision is quite good, instantly seeing through this senior's identity. And admirable. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to be so perceptive, but what was more impressive to him was the show of indifference on this young boy's face even after recognizing his true identity. Anyone who recognized him would inevitably reveal a panic-stricken look and either try to escape or immediately launch an attack. Yang Kai, however, was different. Although there was wariness in his eyes, there were no signs of panic, only a kind of tranquility. His admiration was genuine. Yang Kai lightly snorted. Him being able to recognize the identity of this man was because of Xueli and Meng Ji's attitudes. These two were demon generals. The only one who they would willingly stand behind and show deference towards was the current demon commander. Yang Kai had imagined countless times what kind of person the current demon commander was. Perhaps he was a giant man with overbearing strength. Perhaps he was a sinister snake that radiated cunning. Perhaps he was a wanderer, free and unfettered. But never had Yang Kai thought that the current demon commander was actually extremely ordinary. If it weren't for the gaudy robes he was wearing, this man would be able to perfectly blend into a crowd and disappear from everyone's vision. Ordinary people who saw him would only take notice of his strange taste in clothes while completely ignoring the man himself. This is the demon commander that sealed Meng Wuxia's strength. Yang Kai couldn't help finding it difficult to believe. Holy Master Yang does not need to doubt. This senior is truly the current demon commander, Zhang Yuan. And this point Xueli and Meng Gu can attest to for me. Demon commander still smiled indifferently as he genially said, "I don't doubt you." Yang Kai gently took a breath. I just don't understand. Instead of sitting comfortably in the demon land, you actually decided to travel tens of thousands of kilometers to the middle of nowhere. Is there something here that is really worth you visiting in person? Perceiving the hostility and rejection of Yang Kai, Zhang Yuan rubbed his nose and grinned. This senior already said, I have come here to discuss a certain matter with Holy Master Yang. Is there anything for us to discuss? Yang Kai frowned. There is, Zhang Yuan insisted, glancing around before asking. This isn't an ideal place for this. Can Holy Master Yang arrange a quiet place for us to sit down and talk? Saying so, he simply stared at Yang Kai with a smile. Master! Li Rong stood close to Yang Kai and stared fixedly at Zhang Yuan, solemnly whispering, Be careful not to be deceived by him. Don't agree with his request. Han Fei also objected. Yang Kai knit his brow deeply for a moment before shaking his head. I'll speak with him. From the looks of things, he doesn't appear to have come here looking for trouble. Rather, it seems there's something he really wants to talk about. If he was here to find fault or seek revenge for Menggu and Xueli, with Zhang Yuan's strength, there would be no need to speak so much nonsense. Although he might not have a way to kill or capture Yang Kai, if top-level Third-Order Saint Realm Masters were to fight here, the thousands of people gathered at High Heaven Pavilion would definitely suffer. This would be the best way to retaliate against Yang Kai. This way, please, Yang Kai shouted before gesturing towards the inside of High Heaven Pavilion. Thank you for your hospitality. Zhang Yuan gently nodded before following behind Yang Kai with Menggu and Xueli. After the six figures gradually disappeared, the several thousand cultivators present finally took a gasp of air. The near-tangible pressure just now had made it difficult for them to even breathe. Who was that man just now? He seemed to be very powerful. Senior Brother Yang called him Demon Commander. What is a Demon Commander? Senior Shi Kuan. How much do you know about this matter? Ling Tai Su, Yang Yingfeng, and several other leaders went over to Shi Kuan to ask as their understanding of Tongshan realm was simply too shallow. Shi Kuan's face was deathly pale as he heard the many whispers of the people around him. Unable to hold back a bitter laugh, ignorance is bliss. Demon Commander. Even he had never seen this great figure before. But the people here were casually discussing what a Demon Commander was. Shi Kuan firmly believed that if this title was reported to anyone in Tongshan realm, it would immediately cause great unrest. But here, it has only elicited people's curiosity. The Demon Commander can be said to be one of the strongest masters in all of Tongshan realm. As for how strong he is exactly, and let's make an analogy. Do you think I am strong? The group of people gathered around Shi Kuan nodded. Half a year ago they didn't even know about the existence of the Saint Realm, but after having fought against them a few times now, the blood warriors of the Yang family had personally experienced the massive difference in strength between a saint and a transcendent. In front of them, a saint was an earth-shattering master with unfathomable means, none of which they could resist. Shi Kuan smiled bitterly. In your eyes, I am truly fierce, but even if there were 100 of me, the Demon Commander would still be able to crush us like ants. Everyone present paled, finally understanding how tyrannical this Demon Commander was. Isn't Kair in danger then? Dong Suju cried out. Shi Kuan scratched his head. Not necessarily. The Demon Commander didn't seem to have come here for a fight this time. Moreover, the lady named Li Rong next to Holy Master is also quite fierce. With her by his side, the Demon Commander won't be able to harm the Holy Master. You mean to say that Lady's strength is on par with that Demon Commander? The crowd was astonished, only now understanding the depths of Li Rong's strength. I'm also not clear. Shi Kuan shrugged his shoulders, unable to give a definitive answer. For the life of him, he couldn't understand why the Demon Commander would come to this place and directly ask to speak with the Holy Master. The two of them had clearly never met before. What matter could they possibly have to discuss? Inside the main hall of High Heaven Pavilion, Yang Kai and the Demon Commander were seated with Li Rong and Han Fei standing behind Yang Kai, and Xueli and Menggu standing behind the Demon Commander, seemingly staring each other down. The atmosphere inside the hall was bleak and the air was heavy. Yang Kai was filled with doubts and didn't speak, simply staring straight at the Demon Commander, refusing to miss any of his actions. The demon commander, on the other hand, was like a tourist, glancing around at the rather simple hall and commenting, "This is truly a miraculous place, actually able to produce a character like Holy Master Yang. This senior really wishes he had been born 1,000 years later, so he could grow up alongside Holy Master Yang as fellow brothers, enjoying wine and traveling the world together." Inside the hall, everyone else's expressions became awkward, none of them understanding what Zhang Yuan was doing. Hearing such blatant praise and flattery after just sitting down instead made Zhang Yuan seem even more untrustworthy. "Demon Commander, if you have something to say, please speak frankly. This place does not welcome you," Yang Kai said solemnly, his expression somewhat impatient. With such a master sitting right in front of himself, even Yang Kai felt a great deal of pressure. He wasn't worried about his own safety, of course. If a fight broke out, even though he knew he was no match for the demon commander, Yang Kai could simply tear space and escape, after which he could summon the Flying Heavens shuttle and flee. With the Flying Heavens shuttle's speed, even the demon commander wouldn't be able to do anything but eat dust behind his butt, unable to catch up for a lifetime. No, what Yang Kai was worried about was the safety of the thousands of people gathered here. They were his friends, his sect brothers and sisters, his clansmen, his parents and brothers. He had too many concerns here. "Impudence!" Mengu shouted. "Boy, don't get too full of yourself. Demon Commander traveling to this place to see you is your honor. He is the one who arrived here unsolicited, whereas I am the master of this place. Could it be I can't expel someone from my own house?" Yang Kai sneered. "Mengu, be silent," Zhang Yuan shouted lowly, forcing Mengu to immediately lower his head. Although both were third-order saints, the demon commander was far more powerful than any of the demon generals, which was why he could sit in his current position. Zhang Yuan looked back at Yang Kai and said with a smile, "Holy Master Yang seems to be quite wary of this senior. Very well. This senior won't waste any of your time and get straight to the point." Maintaining a friendly expression his face, Zhang Yuan continued, "Actually, Holy Master Yang doesn't have to be like this. The strength you grasp in your hands currently is not inferior to this senior's. The lady behind you may not be as strong as this senior, but the difference is not great. This senior has 4 demon generals as subordinates, all of whom are third-order saints, but the subordinates of Holy Master Yang are not weak either. If the two of us really have a falling out, neither of us will come out unscathed, correct?" Yang Kai frowned, his face sullen, refusing to respond. He didn't understand why the demon commander wanted to point out their respective strengths. However, the most logical conclusion would be that the demon commander really didn't want to start a fight with Yang Kai. With the strength of both sides almost equal and no one possessing a decisive advantage, it wasn't an exaggeration to say their respective statuses were also equal. Zhang Yuan sighed and said, "This senior has heard that these 2 short-sighted subordinates of mine have offended Holy Master Yang in the past. So naturally, it is the responsibility of the senior to punish them accordingly. Good, you two, apologize to Holy Master Yang. Let us make big things small and make small things nothing so that in the future there are no grudges between our 2 sides." As soon as this statement came out, Mengu and Xueli's eyes both bulged as they stared dumbfounded at Zhang Yuan. They had never dreamed they would hear such words from his mouth. Even Yang Kai's expression became strange. If all Zhang Yuan wanted to do was show him some goodwill, this was too much. Moreover, with his status, why would he need to show Yang Kai goodwill in the first place? Yang Kai felt even more strongly that this Zhang Yuan had some kind of hidden intentions. Otherwise, he absolutely would not humiliate his own subordinates in such a manner. Thinking so, Yang Kai's expression relaxed as he calmly stared at Zhang Yuan, a grin slowly creeping onto his face. He wanted to see what the current demon commander was up to and what exactly it was he wanted from himself. As long as Zhang Yuan wanted something from him, the initiative lay in Yang Kai's hands, allowing him to put down most of his worries. Inside the hall, Yang Kai smiled lightly, as did Demon Commander Zhang Yuan. Xueli and Mengu standing behind Zhang Yuan, on the other hand, were wide-eyed, trembling with shock. A look of disbelief plastered all over their faces. Did their demon commander really just order them to apologize to this abominable human brat? The two of them could hardly believe their ears and stared at Zhang Yuan questioningly, seemingly wanting to confirm they had heard right but not daring to ask. Zhang Yuan snorted with displeasure. "What's wrong? Are the two of you deaf or mute? Did you not just hear the senior's words? Or perhaps you want this senior to apologize in your stead?" "We wouldn't dare." Meng Gu and Xueli's body shivered, noticing the anger in Zhang Yuan's tone. No longer daring to hesitate, hurriedly cupping their fists and through gritted teeth shouting, "For our many previous offenses, we ask Holy Master Yang to be broad-minded." This was yet another insult to them. Although they apologized to Yang Kai under the pressure of Zhang Yuan, anyone could see that the next time they found an opportunity, they would surely find a way to seek revenge. The command of Zhang Yuan not only failed to resolve the grievances between the two sides, but instead deepened the hatred in the two demon generals' hearts. Yang Kai remained indifferent, still not saying anything. Zhang Yuan, however, laughed happily and smiled. "Very good. If one makes a mistake, naturally they have to apologize. And from now on we should avoid any hostility between us. I also want to become friends with Holy Master Yang." "I don't." Yang Kai snickered. Zhang Yuan's face turned bitter. Not even giving a hint of face, Holy Master Yang is too unreasonable. Although the two were seemingly speaking casually with one another, without the slightest hint of aggression towards one another, the four who were standing between them were completely on edge, fearing that at any moment there would be a falling out and a battle would begin. However, if an outsider were here, all they would see was two people sitting and smiling at one another, bantering back and forth harmoniously. The mood of Meng Gu and Xueli had plunged, an unpleasant taste filling their mouths. Previously, Xueli had snuck into human territory arbitrarily and had been injured by Chu Lingxiao, forcing her to flee back to the demon land. She hadn't told anyone about the details of that incident, though. Then, half a month ago, she and Meng Gu had encountered Yang Kai, fought briefly, and then been forced to flee once again. Originally, she had wanted to conceal things again, but Meng Gu was different from her and was completely loyal to the demon commander. So after they returned to the demon land, he had report what had transpired in full. When Demon Commander Zhang Yuan heard this report, he had immediately set off from the demon capital and rushed to this place saying he wanted to personally meet this Holy Master Yang. With things having reached this point, Xueli was also helpless and could only lead the way with Meng Gu. The two of them had thought that with the demon commander setting out personally was all in order to rectify the situation and seek redress for the insult they had suffered. As such, on the road here, the two demon generals were secretly quite excited, imagining all the ways they would torment that insufferable human brat once he fell into their hands. They had never guessed that their solemn demon commander would actually display such a genial attitude towards this human boy. The two demon generals suddenly felt like they had been forced to swallow the bitterest of medicines. "Zhang Yuan, enough nonsense. What is it you're really after?" Yang Kai smiled faintly, finally asking about the biggest doubt in his heart. Trying to fight a war of words with this level of master would inevitably end with his loss, so Yang Kai decided to go straight to the point. Zhang Yuan sighed and showed a helpless expression. "It looks like Holy Master Yang has also guessed that this senior has another purpose in coming here." "Good. I indeed have something I wanted to confirm." "Oh? And what would that be?" Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and stared at him. Zhang Yuan maintained his light smile and asked, "I want to know if Holy Master Yang is great demon god's successor." When this statement came out, everyone was startled, with Li Rong and Han Fei's eyes suddenly becoming icy cold as they locked their gazes onto Zhang Yuan. Meng Gu and Xueli's jaws also dropped with a hint of panic flashing across their faces. The name Great Demon God carried an unparalleled impact on anyone of the demon race. Holy Master Yang does not need to deny it. Before Yang Kai could reply, Zhang Yuan raised his hand and interrupted him. This senior had his suspicions and only rushed here to confirm them. After all, if you leave this place and return back to Nine Heaven's Holy Land, even this senior would have no way to infiltrate so far into the human territory. But now that I have seen you, it appears Holy Master Yang truly is Great Demon God's successor. And there's no doubt about it. Looking at his confident expression, Yang Kai showed neither approval nor disapproval, curling his lips as he asked, "How can you be so certain?" "Because of the loyalty of the two ladies behind you." Zhang Yuan turned his eyes towards Li Rong and Han Fei, a faint look of envy flashing across his eyes as he said, "I have many ancient books in my possession which have recorded a number of secrets only this senior knows. One of these ancient books contains records about the clan that served Great Demon God. They call themselves the Ancient Demon Clan and are close confidants of Great Demon God, who had sworn a blood oath that they and their descendants would forever give loyalty to only Great Demon God. But unfortunately, before Great Demon God fell, their clan actually disappeared. The world's common people speculated that they had been exterminated because they held too much power, saying Great Demon God feared that after he passed away none would be able to control them and thus destroyed them himself. However, I know that those rumors were fake and that Great Demon God actually sealed them away in order to leave this power to his successor. The two ladies behind you are from the Ancient Demon Clan, yet they are willing to pledge loyalty to you. So Holy Master Yang's identity is apparent at a glance, because it is impossible for members of the Ancient Demon Clan to serve anyone else. Even this senior is unworthy in their eyes." As Demon Commander Zhang Yuan presented his case, Yang Kai just listened quietly and didn't interrupt. After he finished, Yang Kai just nodded lightly. It looks like Senior Demon Commander knows a great many secrets that others do not. With such irrefutable evidence, even if Yang Kai tried to deny it, it was useless. Indeed, Zhang Yuan nodded proudly. I also know why the Great Demon God insisted on sealing away the Ancient Demon Clan in order to leave their power for his successor. Great Demon God left behind a number of clues regarding this and many other issues. Oh, why? Yang Kai couldn't help feeling curious, but the moment this question left his lips he realized he had actually fallen into a trap that Zhang Yuan had dug for him, causing him to lose the initiative. This discovery made Yang Kai want to vomit blood in frustration. Yang Kai had wanted to feign indifference, but he had actually been led on by this old ox, making him realize again his own immaturity. Zhang Yuan laughed lowly and said, "For the coming catastrophe." Catastrophe? Yang Kai was stunned. Indeed, as for what this catastrophe is, I don't know, but Holy Master Yang can surely unravel it. Zhang Yuan quickly said, "How am I supposed to figure out something even you don't know?" Yang Kai shook his head slowly. Zhang Yuan's expression finally turned serious as he said, "In my demon capital, there is a secret room left behind by Great Demon God and sealed with a powerful formation. Several generations of demon commanders have wanted to unlock it and discover the mysteries inside, but unfortunately, no one has been able to open it." "You can't break the formation?" Zhang Yuan shook his head as a look of longing appeared on his face. "The means of Great Demon God are simply heaven-defying, not something I can compare to. I've always felt that his cultivation had exceeded the Saint Realm and arrived at a higher plane." Yang Kai's body shook, surprised at how consistent his and Zhang Yuan's thoughts were. Before, when he and the two monster race great seniors entered the strange mysterious small world and witnessed the various means of Great Demon God, Yang Kai had also had such a conjecture, but somewhat couldn't bring himself to believe it. Surprisingly, Zhang Yuan also thought so. "I can't open it, but Holy Master Yang should be able to," Zhang Yuan continued. "I don't know why Holy Master Yang was selected as Great Demon God's successor, but since you are, you should have the Demon Mystic Tome in your hands. Yes? Demon Mystic Tome?" Menggu and Xueli exclaimed in unison, a frantic and nearly fanatical look appearing on their faces. It seemed that these three words were enough to make their blood boil. Great Demon God somehow managed to obtain a massive piece of soul stone, and with it managed to craft the Demon Mystic Tome inside which he hid many of his divine abilities and secrets. Whoever could open the Demon Mystic Tome would become his successor. Since Holy Master Yang is said successor, you should have obtained the Demon Mystic Tome, which is the key to unlocking the spirit array inside the demon capital. Yang Kai knit his brow, thinking about it for a moment before summoning the black book into his hand. "Are you talking about this?" All eyes inside the room fixed on the wordless black book, with Menggu and Xueli's gazes filling with greed. Even Demon Commander Zhang Yuan couldn't stop his pulse from racing. Guessing was one thing, but seeing was another matter altogether. But soon, Zhang Yuan's look returned to normal, gently inhaling a breath before nodding. Yes, this is the Demon Mystic Tome. It seems everything is exactly how I had guessed. But the heavens truly must not have eyes, actually allowing the Demon Mystic Tome to fall into the hands of a human. Zhang Yuan wore a look of regret and distress without any disguise, revealing his true feelings. This was a matter of course though. The inheritor of great demon gods' legacy was supposed to be a member of their demon race, but the one who ultimately obtained the Demon Mystic Tome was Yang Kai. This made Zhang Yuan give birth to a feeling of grief and indignation. So it's called the Demon Mystic Tome? I didn't know. I've always just called it the Wordless Black Book, Yang Kai said lightly before storing the wordless black book back into his body. Having the object of their desire suddenly disappear, Menggu and Shueli couldn't help staring towards Yang Kai sharply, seemingly wanting to see where he had hidden the Demon Mystic Tome. Without even mentioning all the divine abilities and secrets of great demon god that were hidden inside of it. Simply the giant piece of soulstone itself was an immeasurable treasure. Anyone who saw it would feel tempted. I will speak frankly. Zhang Yuan strived to maintain a stable state of mind as he stared right at Yang Kai. This senior coming here personally was to show my sincerity. In truth, the mere status of great demon god's successor is enough to take charge of the entire demon land. After all, the demon land was created by great demon god. This senior also believes that as long as Holy Master Yang is given enough time, you will grow to the same height as great demon god. A height even this senior could not hope to achieve. As soon as these words came out, Menggu and Shueli swallowed hard, a hint of dread flashing across their eyes. Noticing the dangerous glint which appeared in the two demon generals' eyes, Li Rong and Han Fei both began to quietly condense their strength, preparing to take action at a moment's notice. Inside the hall, because of Zhang Yuan's words, the atmosphere suddenly became tense. As long as there was enough time, Yang Kai could grow to the same height as great demon god. The very idea made Menggu and Shueli feel a sense of crisis. Even the demon commander admitted that this was a level he couldn't hope to reach. So what would happen if they allowed Yang Kai to fully mature? Since great demon god was able to sweep away the world's experts and reign unchallenged, Yang Kai would eventually be able to as well. At that time, he would be able to decide who lived and who died. The two demon general involuntarily gave birth to the thought of killing Yang Kai here and now, lest such a day really come to pass. Do not be impolite, Zhang Yuan snorted. I said that I wish to become friends with Holy Master Yang, which is why I chose not to conceal anything and speak openly with him. If you two dare release that murderous intent again, this senior will be the first to cripple you. Menggu and Shueli were dismayed, never imagining that Zhang Yuan would again reprimand them for Yang Kai. This made it clear how resolute the demon commander's attitude was. He wasn't just paying lip service. Realizing this, the two of them quickly admitted their mistake and lowered their heads. Zhang Yuan nodded in approval before turning back to face Yang Kai. While I've said all this, Holy Master Yang should not expect too much. The demon land is currently in the hands of this senior, and it is impossible for me to simply hand it over to a human, regardless of his identity. I have no interest in the demon land. That's for the best. Zhang Yuan nodded and chuckled. Actually, the safest method for this senior would be to kill you and snatch your demon mystic tome. But this senior knows that even if I were to kill you, I would be unable to obtain great demon god's inheritance. That is something unique and irreplaceable. Since great demon god has chosen you, he must certainly have his reasons. All members of the demon race are descendants of great demon god. So this senior can only hope that Holy Master Yang will not treat us as enemies in the future. I swear in the name of great demon god, I will not act disadvantageously towards you in the future. What does Holy Master Yang say? Yang Kai's expression changed greatly upon hearing these words. No demon would dare to swear an oath in the name of great demon god lightly. Such was the immensity of this name in the hearts of the entire demon race. Even if it was the current demon commander, this still remained true. Yang Kai profoundly recognized the sincerity of Zhang Yuan at this point, wearing a serious expression on his face as he nodded. Good! Zhang Yuan laughed, a look of satisfaction spreading on his face. Then that's settled. Holy Master Yang may be young but is also decisive, very much to this senior's liking. Dealing with people like you is enjoyable. You are also quite refreshing to deal with. Then we are friends? Zhang Yuan looked at Yang Kai with a smile. At least we're not enemies. Yang Kai smiled back. Good enough. Zhang Yuan stood up. Since I have said everything I came here today to say, I shall take my leave. When Holy Master Yang has free time, please pay a visit to my demon capital and allow this senior to offer you his hospitality. This senior is quite interested in the secrets left behind by Sir Great Demon God and hopes to use the Demon Mystic Tome to unlock them. I wonder if Holy Master Yang is willing to cooperate. I will go. Many thanks. If Holy Master Yang intends to come to my demon capital, please do send a notice in advance. That way this senior can arrange safe passage through the demon land for you. Zhang Yuan nodded lightly before immediately turning around and heading for the exit. Li Rong, see them out. Yang Kai commanded. Li Rong immediately set out to escort Zhang Yuan and the two demon generals out of the hall. After a while, she returned leisurely and walked over to where Yang Kai and Han Fei were waiting. Master, do you really believe what Zhang Yuan just said? What do you think? Yang Kai answered her question with one of his own. Li Rong thought about it carefully before replying. He seems sincere, but we are not familiar with him at all, so it is difficult to believe him completely. I think so too, Han Fei nodded. I think he's actually honest. Yang Kai grinned, causing the two women to wear startled expressions. Yang Kai wasn't a child. If Zhang Yuan could mislead him with just a few words, he wouldn't still be alive today. Yang Kai obviously had his own thoughts on Zhang Yuan's actions and attitude. Do you plan on going to the demon capital? Naturally, I must go. Yang Kai nodded. However, this decision was by no means because of Zhang Yuan's invitation, but rather because he was curious about what secrets Great Demon God had hidden there. If he was right, the secrets left in the demon capital were definitely related to the words Great Demon God's soul clone had spoken about in that strange space. When he rescued Meng Wuya and little senior sister, Great Demon God's soul clone had also told Yang Kai that if he had a chance, he should go to the demon capital as he would be able to understand everything once he did. Yang Kai had not had much hope of doing this anytime soon, but with Zhang Yuan's invitation, an opportunity had presented itself. Because he had destroyed that place, all the world's mysterious small worlds had opened. On top of that, Great Demon God's soul clone had said that that place was the keystone of the entire world. What hidden secrets were related to that place? Yang Kai completely did not understand, causing him many sleepless nights. As he was contemplating all this, a group of people came in from outside the main hall, headed by Ling Tai Su. They rushed over and asked what the demon commander had wanted and if there was any danger. Yang Kai laughed wryly and shook his head as he comforted them repeatedly. High up in the sky, a few dozen kilometers away from High Heaven Pavilion, Zhang Yuan, Meng Gu, and Shueli hurried along. The two demon general followed behind their demon commander while exchanging confused looks. For the life of them, they couldn't understand why their demon commander had not taken the opportunity to kill that despicable human brat, but instead gone all out to befriend him. Such a terrifying person should be strangled early lest he grow up and become a disaster to the entire demon land. Seemingly understanding the doubts in their hearts, Zhang Yuan, while not even looking back, lightly said, "You can't kill him. Don't even bother trying." Meng Gu and Shueli trembled. Zhang Yuan continued, "As the chosen successor of Great Demon God, how could that Yang Kai be ordinary? Don't think of him as just another third-order transcendent youth. If he were to really fight, my guess would be that his strength can rival that of a second-order saint." "How is that possible?" Meng Gu and Shueli exclaimed. "Why can't it be possible?" Zhang Yuan laughed. Sir Great Demon God was famous for being able to fight enemies far above his own realm, with many records telling of his victories against enemies supposedly far stronger than himself. You two are demon generals, surely you know this as well. Meng Gu and Shueli were struck speechless. Naturally, they were clear about this information, but they had not associated it with Yang Kai. That is purely his own strength though. Perhaps he has also comprehended some of Great Demon God's divine abilities. We can't kill him, and attempting to will only cause more hatred between us. If that happens, in the future, when he really grows up, my demon land will be finished. That is not a risk worth taking. Furthermore, that woman of the ancient demon clan who is always by his side, this senior can't defeat her. As long as she is with Yang Kai, no one in this world can threaten his life. The two demon generals felt distraught. Although they had personally experienced Li Rong's terrifying strength and had thought it comparable to the demon commanders, Zhang Yuan personally admitting that he couldn't beat her still brought great shock to them. Then what Senior said today. Meng Guo started to speak but hesitated. I didn't lie. I really do want to make friends with him. And if you want to become friends with a person, you must do it while they are still weak. Once they've become strong, it will be too late. Heed my words, no matter what kind of grudges you had with him before, consider them settled. Do not make any moves against him from now on. I don't want to see the fragile relationship I worked so hard to establish just now being undermined by you. Meng Guo and Shueli felt a complicated mix of emotions in their hearts and didn't know what to say. So for now, all they could do was nod. 5 days later, under the command of Yang Kai, thousands of people began migrating to Tongshan realm through the Void Corridor. After waiting for so many days, the people who were going to come should have already come, while those who hadn't likely wouldn't ever, so there was no need to wait any longer. What made Yang Kai feel gratified was that almost all of the friends he had made in this world were willing to entrust their lives to him and follow him to Tongshan realm. They all had great confidence in Yang Kai. Yang Kai had stepped through the Void Corridor in advance together with Li Rong, Han Fei and Shi Kuan to clean up the free and unfettered Spirit Temple cultivators who were still lingering the cultivator that lingering nearby, sweeping clear essentially everyone within a 50-kilometer radius. Shi Kuan looked at Yang Kai with incomprehension and asked, Holy Master, doing this will definitely bring about a lot of criticism. So long as we vacate a 10-kilometer radius of the Void Corridor, it should be more than sufficient. He didn't quite understand why Yang Kai insisted on clearing such a large space. You'll understand soon enough, Yang Kai chuckled, staring at the nearby Void Corridor. A group of people suddenly began emerging one after another. Naturally, the first to come through were the people from the Yang family, each of them staring around curiously, just like they had arrived in a new world, filled with excitement. When they realized the richness of world energy around them, all of them became ecstatic as they greedily breathed in the air, an expression on ecstasy appearing on their faces. Under the guidance of Yang Kai, these first arriving Yang family members flew up into the air and looked for an empty spot to wait while the rest of their fellow migrants came through. A pretty figure was mixed in with the Yang family, and after walking out of the Void Corridor and looking around, she flew straight over to Yang Kai, a big smile upon her face as she landed in front of him. Your Chiu family was supposed to be in the fourth group. How come you, their matriarch, came here all on your own? Yang Kai stared blankly at Chiu Yimeng. Chiu Yimeng extended a hand to Yang Kai and bluntly stated, I came for my gift. What gift? Didn't you say it yourself? A couple days ago, you said that after we crossed over to this side, you'd deliver me a special present. As she spoke, her beautiful eyes began to dim as she faintly said, What's wrong? You didn't forget, did you? Oh, that gift. Yang Kai suddenly comprehended, slapping his forehead before nodding. Naturally, I remember. I've already prepared it for you. Chiu Yimeng's mood immediately improved as she excitedly said, Then give it to me quickly. If whatever it is doesn't satisfy me, though, I'll make you regret it. You'll definitely be satisfied. Yang Kai smiled and casually tapped Chiu Yimeng's shoulder. What are you doing? Chiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai suspiciously before glancing over at the spot he had tapped, failing to notice anything out of the ordinary. I just consumed a great deal of my energy to help you break through your current realm, Yang Kai said to her seriously. Carefully examine yourself. Don't you feel anything special? Chiu Yimeng stared at him, only half convinced, apparently quite wary of his words. But when she began examining herself, a stunned look appeared on her pretty face as she muttered, Oh, it really seems like I'm about to break through. Go and find a place to comprehend the mysteries of the next realm. The surrounding 50-kilometer region has been cleared up and is perfectly safe. Yang Kai waved his hand. Choi Meng didn't dare to delay and quickly flew off. Too easy. Yang Kai sighed softly. Li Rong and Han Fei both giggled nearby. It took a full 3 days of work, but finally, everyone arrived safely through the void corridor in Tongxian realm. Within a radius of 50 kilometers, many cultivators from the Great Han dynasty had found suitable places, sat down cross-legged, and immersed themselves in the heavenly law and martial Tao, shaking off the shackles which had chained them and breaking through to the next realm. Because of the differences between the world principles, all the cultivators arriving in Tongxian realm were able to obtain a certain promotion in their strength. The cultivators who were on the verge of a breakthrough could naturally take advantage of this opportunity to advance in one fell swoop. This was also the case when Yang Kai first set foot in this world. When the ancient demon clan was brought out of the mysterious small world by Yang Kai, they too had experienced such a phenomenon. Now, it was the turn of these cultivators from the Great Han dynasty. Yang Kai was well aware that this would happen, so he had cleared out the surrounding 50-kilometer radius to ensure all his friends and family would have a safe environment to break through. Of the several thousand people who had come to Tongxian realm, at least 1/3 of them immediately achieved a breakthrough, and while the others weren't as lucky as them, they were still quite satisfied as their own cultivation having experienced some improvements, scattering themselves about to stand guard for their companions who were in the midst of their breakthroughs. Choi Meng flew over from a spot about 10 kilometers away, grinding her teeth as she muttered under her breath, seemingly cursing something or someone. Quickly arriving in front of Yang Kai, she leaned in and stared deeply at him. "Is this the big present you prepared for me? Not satisfied?" Yang Kai grinned. "I'm very satisfied with it. But what does it have to do with you? Open your eyes and look around for yourself. So many people are breaking through." Choi Meng swept her hand around at the countless cultivators sitting cross-legged on the ground and inhaling the rich world energy. "Since you're satisfied, then you shouldn't have anything to complain about, right? Mark my words. I'll make you regret disappointing this woman." Choi Meng stamped her foot bitterly and no longer had enough patience to deal with Yang Kai, stomping off to where the Chiu family had gathered. Yang Kai scratched his head and wore a helpless look. "Holy Master!" At that time, Shi Kuan suddenly appeared and hurriedly said, "There is a large group of people approaching here and their demeanor is quite imposing." "Who are they?" Yang Kai frowned. "Subordinate has not had enough time to investigate, but the other party is led by a Saint Realm Master." "I'll take a look," Yang Kai said in a disgruntled tone. The only big force nearby was Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple, but after losing so many masters here, Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple seemed to have vanished. Before beginning the migration, Yang Kai had even let Li Rong go to the Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple to survey the situation, but upon her return, she actually reported that the sect was deserted. Yang Kai couldn't help wondering which group of ignorant people had now decided to run over. Before he could go far, Yang Kai spotted some small black spots on the horizon that were rapidly approaching. As time passed, the figures among this group became clearer and clearer. Sweeping this group of newcomers with his divine sense, Yang Kai's expression suddenly became strange. Among these people, he found that there was only a single First-Order Saint Realm expert. The rest were just Transcendence and Immortal Ascension boundary cultivators. What he found strange, though, was not the strength of these people, but that there were many familiar auras among them. After carefully examining them, Yang Kai suddenly burst into wry laughter. The group of cultivators who were approaching had obviously also determined the situation here and stopped a kilometer or so out, their leader calling out, "May I ask, are several friends members of Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple? This humble one is Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master, Chun Zhou. I would like to consult with you about a certain matter." "Dragon Phoenix Palace?" Li Rong, who stood behind Yang Kai, wrinkled her brow, not having any impression of this sect. "They're our own people," Yang Kai said casually before shouting back, "Is Sun Yu with you?" As soon as this question came out, the Dragon Phoenix Palace cultivators all frowned deeply and Palace Master Chun Zhou swiftly moved his body to cover a young man inside the crowd, preventing Yang Kai from seeing him. "Disciple, someone is calling for you. Do you have a friend in Free and Unfettered Spirit Temple?" Ling Jian turned a suspicious look towards Sun Yu, who was being protected on all sides. As his master, Ling Jian knew best the life experiences of this disciple of his. Sun Yu had been picked up by Ling Jian at a very young age and brought to the Dragon Phoenix Palace to cultivate. In all these years, Sun Yu had never left Dragon Phoenix Palace. In fact, if he had not strongly insisted on coming here now, how could Ling Jian dare bring him out so easily? Now, Sun Yu was the hope of all of Dragon Phoenix Palace. He absolutely couldn't have any accidents. As a young man who had never left Dragon Phoenix Palace, how could Sun Yu have made an acquaintance in free and unfettered Spirit Temple? Ling Jian was genuinely confused. Palace Master Chun Zhou also turned his attention to Sun Yu and asked, "Do you know the person who just shouted?" Sun Yu, however, was so ecstatic he didn't even respond to his master or Palace Master Chun, and instead stepped out from the crowd with a look of awe on his face and shouted, "Is that you, Senior Yang?" Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "Yes, it really is Senior Yang." Sun Yu was overjoyed and couldn't help rushing forward, leaving his fellow disciples and elders behind as he flew over towards Yang Kai. The masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace were shocked by this sudden development and quickly chased after him. "Elder Ling, what background does this Senior Yang Sun Yu speaks of posses? Why does he seem so enthusiastic to meet him?" As they sped along, Chun Zhou asked curiously. "This old master doesn't know either." Ling Jian was also confused. As they spoke, everyone arrived in front of Yang Kai, Sun Yu looking more excited with every breath, respectfully cupping his fists. "Greetings, Senior Yang. It turns out you already arrived here." Yang Kai nodded lightly, lifting his eyes from Sun Yu and staring at the crowd behind him. Almost every master from Dragon Phoenix Palace had come out and were even now carefully guarding Sun Yu, directing vigilant looks all around in case someone here was harboring ill intentions. "Right? Let me introduce you," Sun Yu said spiritedly as he pointed to Yang Kai. "This is Senior Yang." He then pointed to the people from Dragon Phoenix Palace and said, "This is our palace master, Chun Zhou. This is my master, Ling Jian. This is Elder Xiao Ling. This is..." As he introduced everyone one by one, Yang Kai nodded and said hello. "What qualifications does this young man have to be called senior?" Chun Zhou asked somewhat unhappily. Sun Yu was now the Dragon Emperor of his Dragon Phoenix Palace, his true status far more important than even his own as Palace Master. Yet now, meeting this youth, Sun Yu had actually enthusiastically called him senior, making Chun Zhou feel very uncomfortable, as if doing so was a disgrace to Sun Yu's identity as Dragon Emperor. If Yang Kai had been a middle-aged man, Chun Zhou wouldn't have paid it much mind, but the young man in front of him was clearly less than 30 years old. "Palace Master, Senior Yang has a great graciousness to me. You must not speak disrespectfully to him," Sun Yu snorted. Chun Zhou stunned, his face becoming somewhat awkward as he cupped his fists and said, "I hope this friend will not take offense. This Chen's mouth is simply a bit frank. I meant no disrespect." Palace Master Chun is too serious. Yang Kai didn't care. Seeing Chun Zhou immediately compromise because of a few words from Sun Yu, Yang Kai fully comprehended how much importance Chun Zhou attached to him. Nearby, Dragon Phoenix Palace's Elder Xiao Ling was staring at Shi Kuan, and after hesitating for a moment, asked, "Dare I ask if your excellency is Elder Shi Kuan of Nine Heavens Holy Land?" "It is this Shi. Have we met before?" Shi Kuan looked at him curiously. Xiao Ling smiled widely and called out in a fluster, "No wonder your excellency looked familiar. 6 months ago, this Xiao once traveled to Nine Heavens Holy Land to seek the assistance of your sect's honored alchemy grandmaster. At that time, Elder Shi Kuan was sitting outside the 9 peaks inside the stone pavilion, so this Xiao had seen your face, but Elder Shi Kuan probably does not have any impression of me. Is that so?" Shi Kuan nodded. Every time he was on duty outside the 9 peaks, he would see and greet dozens of people. How could remember all of them? "Your Dragon Phoenix Palace came to request alchemy services?" Yang Kai turned to Sun Yu and asked. And Elder Xiao came back and said that there were many people waiting in line, so he had to wait for a month before it was his turn. Sun Yu laughed foolishly. "Later, if you need pills, just ask me directly. You don't have to wait in line," Yang Kai declared. In an instant, the look all the Dragon Phoenix Palace masters were directing at Yang Kai changed greatly. Chun Zhou stammered as he hesitantly asked, "May I ask what relationship you have with Yang Kai, the Holy Master of Nine Heavens Holy Land?" With the Holy Land elder Shi Kuan standing respectfully behind Yang Kai, it was clear who had the higher status. Sun Yu had also called him Senior Yang. Chun Zhou had a sharp mind and was quickly able to put together these clues, arriving at a certain possibility. "This is my Holy Land's Holy Master," Shi Kuan Solemn replied. Everyone from Dragon Phoenix Palace was shocked as they stared at Yang Kai in disbelief. Chun Zhou's expression became quite awkward as he cupped his fists and bowed. "So it is Holy Master Yang. A moment ago this Chun acted impolitely and offensively. I humbly request Holy Master Yang forgive my indiscretion." When he first saw him, Chun Zhou was unaware of Yang Kai's identity and had even questioned him. How could he have known that this young man was actually one of the most prominent figures in the world? The gulf in strength between Dragon Phoenix Palace and Nine Heavens Holy Land was enormous. If his boorish actions just now really angered Yang Kai, Dragon Phoenix Palace would definitely suffer a terrible end. Realizing this, Chun Zhou couldn't help feeling afraid as a chill shot up his spine. "Palace Master Chun does not need to worry. I am friends with Sun Yu. Naturally I won't care about such trivial things." Yang Kai smiled faintly. "Friends?" The masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace were all dumbfounded once again, each and every one of them showing an excited look, as if being friends with Yang Kai was a great honor. Turning their gazes back to Sun Yu, their eyes filled with even greater worship. Each of them was thinking in their hearts that the Dragon Emperor really was worthy of his title, even able to make friends with this great of character. He was still so young and weak, yet he had won the favor of Nine Heavens Holy Land's Holy Master. It also seemed like this Holy Master Yang was a man of great vision and had seen through Sun Yu's extraordinariness. As the masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace indulged in their flights of fancy and smiled happily to themselves, Yang Kai looked to Sun Yu and asked, "How come you are here?" Sun Yu scratched his head. "Previously, Senior Yang asked me to inquire about a certain piece of news, so when the sect finally got word of a mysterious small world that seemed related to Senior Yang's request, I requested to come investigate it personally. I didn't think that Senior Yang would also be here though. And I also heard about it recently and came to investigate. Then these people are..." Sun Yu swept his eyes around and soon discovered that there were some 4,000 or 5,000 people gathered nearby, astonishing him greatly. The strength of these several thousand cultivators was not high, only the couple dozen or so who had reached the transcendent realm were worthy of a little attention, while the rest were only at the immortal ascension and true element boundary. This caused Sun Yu and the masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace to be quite curious, wondering where all these people had come from and what kind of relationship they had with Yang Kai. "They're all my friends and family," Yang Kai explained casually before his expression turned serious. "In any case, I must offer you my thanks for this time, because of a few words from Yang Kai. Sun Yu had actually done his best to have Dragon Phoenix Palace seek out news of his homeland and after obtaining a lead, had personally led a team of masters here. This alone made Yang Kai very grateful. At that time, Yang Kai had exhausted all his personal connections in the faint hope that they would discover something. Yang Kai could just imagine what it was like when Sun Yu insisted on going out this time. The masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace must have vehemently objected, but he still had not hesitated to come. This young man had a character of gold. "Shi Kuan, after we return, speak with Great Elder and let him announce that from now on, our Holy Land will be close friends with Dragon Phoenix Palace," Yang Kai said seemingly thoughtlessly. "Yes," Shi Kuan quickly responded. "This?" Chun Zhou wrung his hands nervously as a smile blossomed on his face, at somewhat of a loss for words, finally managing to stammer out, "I don't know what to say." Dragon Phoenix Palace was not at all formidable now, yet Nine Heavens Holy Lands was among the most powerful and famous sects in the world, and had a profound and mysterious alchemy grandmaster within its ranks. Which sect did not want to establish ties with Nine Heavens Holy Land? Once they were able to forge such a relationship, the benefits they would receive would be enormous at the very least. They would never have to worry about obtaining Saint Pills in the future. Chun Zhou had never expected that this Holy Master Yang would be so congenial, causing his heart to shake and his thoughts to spin. His face blushing bright red with excitement, Chunzhou hastily said. This Chun sincerely thanks Holy Master Yang for his kind intentions. Just as you said, Dragon Phoenix Palace will advance and retreat together with 9 Heavens Holy Land in the future. Chunzhou was not an inexperienced character and had seen his fair share of great storms. But his heart was still thrown into chaos because of these few words from Yang Kai. Palace Master Chun is too polite. Right, since you've come, I have a favor to ask of you. Yang Kai suddenly thought of something. Please speak it, Holy Master Yang, Chunzhou replied sincerely. As Palace Master Chun has surely seen, the cultivations of my friends and family are not very high and the distance from here to 9 Heavens Holy Land is quite far. Perhaps there will be accidents on the road like this. If it is convenient, could I request Chun Palace Master to help me escort them home? Yang Kai smiled and said, Of course, when we arrive at the Holy Land, I will provide a generous reward. Hearing these last words, the eyes of all the Dragon Phoenix Palace Masters lit up. Sun Yu quickly waved his hand. Senior Yang need not be so polite with us. Whatever matter it is you need our assistance with, please feel free to speak it and we will surely comply. As for a reward, there is no need for such a thing. Chunzhou hurriedly composed himself and nodded. Indeed, Holy Master Yang does not need to treat my Dragon Phoenix Palace as outsiders. Yang Kai gently nodded. Then, I'll have to trouble you all for a time. Sun Yu smiled happily. Very good. It seems I'll have another chance to learn from Senior Yang. The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace immediately dispersed under the arrangements of Chunzhou to patrol the surrounding area. They hadn't brought a lot of people here, only about 30 or 40 in total, but most of them were transcendent, so with such a group of masters joining them, the caravan would definitely be safer. After all, these masters were natives of Tongshan realm and were very familiar with how things worked here, unlike the great Han Dynasty cultivators who essentially knew nothing about this place. Ling Jian quietly pulled Sun Yu aside and whispered, Little disciple, when did you become acquainted with Holy Master Yang? From how you spoke just now, it was almost as if you had studied with him for a time. Why don't I, your master, know anything about that? Sun Yu didn't dare speak the truth, so he just left Ling Jian guessing. 2 days later, everything was ready and the several thousand people convey set out for 9 Heavens Holy Land. These cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty were filled with excitement, all of them staring around curiously, pointing out various new and interesting things from time to time, gathering together in small groups and whispering amongst themselves. The people from Dragon Phoenix Palace had also become incredibly popular, with each of them constantly being surrounded by countless cultivators, all of them asking questions about Tongshan realm. The Dragon Phoenix Palace's masters did not dare to neglect these relatives and friends of Yang Kai, answering anything they were asked all day long, their moods somewhat confused, not knowing whether to laugh or cry about this group of country bumpkins. They had found that these people were ignorant of even the most basic common sense things. Many of them were curious what kind of backwater, mysterious small world these people used to line in. At the back of the caravan, Yang Kai and Sun Yu walked side by side. Sun Yu would ask questions about the martial Tao from time to time, and Yang Kai would happily teach him. Not far away, Dragon Phoenix Palace's Palace Master Chunzhou actually had his gaze fixed on 2 pretty figures who were walking slightly ahead of him, a pensive look upon his face. Perceiving this, a thought came to Yang Kai and he took the initiative to ask, Has Palace Master Chun discovered something interesting? Chunzhou smiled and said, It's not a big deal. I just found it strange how similar those 2 girls in front are. Not only do they share identical appearances, but even their life auras and true chi fluctuations are exactly the same. The only difference between them is their temperaments. If Holy Master Yang had not said they had just come to Tongshan realm, I would have thought they came from a certain sect. Yang Kai raised his brow and shouted, Jiaoer Mayor! The Hu sisters, who were walking not far ahead, heard this shouts and hurriedly turned around. After approaching Yang Kai, Hu Jiaoer asked, What is it? Yang Kai ignored her and instead turned to look at Chunzhou. Which sect did Palace Master Chan think they came from? Chunzhou stared at them for a moment before replying, Twin Spirit Pavilion. I don't know if Holy Master Yang has heard of it. Just as I thought. Yang Kai nodded. Naturally I have heard of it. I also heard that this twin spirit pavilion and your honored sect have been on good terms for a long time. And the relationship between our two sects truly is quite good. But there are many complicated reasons for that. Chunzhou smiled bitterly and said, these two sects had been close for many generations going back thousands of years. Just as Yang Kai had suspected, Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had both once been extremely powerful sects, standing at the peak of the human territory, comparable to today's Nine Heavens Holy Land. But for some unknown reason, the top masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion had at some point disappeared along with the Dragon Emperor and Phoenix Empress, causing their core inheritances to become lost and their sects to decline. The two sects had originally been close, and after suffering similar hardships, had only grown more intimate over the years. Our Dragon Phoenix Palace is still better off though thanks to Sun Yu successfully obtaining the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. Now, so long as he can find an appropriate Phoenix Empress candidate, my Dragon Phoenix Palace will surely be able to reproduce the glory of its past. But Twin Spirit Pavilion... there is still no word on the location of their core inheritance, Chunzhou said with a complicated expression, somewhat happy yet somewhat sad. Sun Yu, who was nearby, lowered his head, not daring to say anything. Twin Spirit Pavilion? Hu Jiao'er, who had been listening up until now, suddenly showed some reaction, a slightly excited look appearing on her face as she asked, what kind of sect is this Twin Spirit Pavilion? Chunzhou chuckled. It is a very special sect because they only recruit twin brothers or sisters. As such, all this force's disciples form pairs, and actually this point is quite similar to our Dragon Phoenix Palace, but they cultivate a shared life secret art while we specialize in a life partner dual cultivation art. A force that only recruits twins? The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes lit up. Yes, on top of that, all their disciple pairs give off a feeling that they are the same person, quite similar to the two of you. After cultivating their secret art, each pair of twin brothers or sisters have their true chi fluctuations and life auras gradually become the same, allowing the two to join forces and multiply their respective strengths. However, the two of you seem to be even fiercer than them. I have also traveled to the Twin Spirit Pavilion many times and met many of their disciples, but none of them were comparable to you two. Senior, do you know what the name of the secret art they cultivate is? Hu Jiao'er hurriedly asked, a look of expectation flashing across her beautiful eyes. Yang Kai glanced over at her, knowing what she was suspecting. Their secret art seems to be called the Twin Chi Shared Spirit Divine Art, but it is now incomplete. Although after so many generations the section which was lost has been made up, somewhat through their own efforts, they have still been unable to reproduce the glory of their ancestors. Chunzhou said casually. A sex cultivation technique should not be leaked out, but having its name be known wasn't a big deal. It really is. Hu Jiao'er's tender body trembled as her beautiful eyes practically glittered with brilliance. Elder sister. Hu Meier also covered her mouth and whispered incredulously, isn't that the name of the secret art we obtained? You managed to obtain it? Chunzhou called out in alarm as he stared at the Hu sisters with great shock. Hu Jiao'er sincerely nodded. The name of our two sisters' cultivation technique is the Twin Chi Shared Spirit Divine Art, and it could be related to Twin Spirit Pavilion? How could it not be related? Chunzhou said excitedly. Surely that was the lost inheritance of Twin Spirit Pavilion. I never expected it would be obtained by you two. No wonder your auras are so consistent. Saying so, Chunzhou suddenly burst into laughter. If Wu Fa and Wu Tian learned of this matter, I'm afraid they would be too excited to even sleep. Wu Fa and Wu Tian? Yang Kai asked. The two sect masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion are called Wu Fa and Wu Tian. They are twin brothers, Chunzhou explained quickly. Such names. Yang Kai was secretly amazed and couldn't help chuckling to himself. These two names were far too arrogant and could easily provoke hatred. If some short-tempered master was to bump into them and they announced themselves, it would surely lead to a fight. Originally, that secret art came from that Twin Spirit Pavilion. Hu Jiao'er wore a complicated look, since she and her sister obtained the Twin Chi Shared Spirit Divine Art. Their destiny had undergone a great change. The rate at which the two of them improved their strengths was now many times greater than an average cultivator, allowing them in just over a decade to break through to the transcendent realm, becoming some of the strongest masters in the entire Great Han dynasty. The two of them were naturally very grateful to this profound secret art and to the senior who had left it behind for them to discover. Now that they knew the source of this secret art, both of them couldn't help thinking about paying Twin Spirit Pavilion a visit to take a look at the sect from which it originated, as well as to see other twin brothers and sisters who cultivated the same secret art as them. Xianxia naturally did not miss what the Hu sisters were thinking. Moreover, Xianxia had long ago planned for such a possibility. Just because they mistakenly believed Sun Yu was the Dragon Emperor, Chun Zhou and the other masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace treated him like the most precious of treasures. If the Hu sisters were to return the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art to Twin Spirit Pavilion, they would obviously receive similar treatment. They would surely become the rising stars and future hope of the Twin Spirit Pavilion, because what they had obtained was the most orthodox version of the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art, not one that had been cobbled together by Twin Spirit Pavilion's descendants. What was of even more importance, though, was that Twin Spirit Pavilion might have information the Hu sisters needed. Over the years, the two sisters had been struggling all on their own, and although their cultivations had reached the transcendent realm, such strength was insignificant in Tongxian realm. The cultivators of Twin Spirit Pavilion, who had immersed themselves in the study of the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art, for centuries undoubtedly had a deeper understanding of it than them and would be able to teach them their insight and experiences, greatly increasing the rate of the Hu sisters' progress. Xianxia, we'd like to... Hu Jiaoer turned to Xianxia hesitantly, but he simply lifted his hand to interrupt her next words. Palace Master Chun, what is the temperament of Twin Spirit Pavilion's sect masters? Xianxia asked. He understood the Hu sisters' thoughts, but that alone was not enough for him to feel relieved sending them to Twin Spirit Pavilion. Regarding their demeanor, Holy Master Yang may feel at ease. I have been dealing with them for many years, and they are upright people. Twin Spirit Pavilion has very few disciples, only about 1,000 people in total, so they always act prudently and never do anything that would bring disrepute upon themselves. Although there are only about 1,000 of them, the position of the Twin Spirit Pavilion in Tongxian realm is not worse than that of my Dragon Phoenix Palace. Both Wu Fa and Wu Tian are first-order saints, the same as this Chan, but when they collaborate, they are capable of defeating most second-order saints, Chun Zhou explained happily. Then there should be no issues. Xianxia nodded. Chun Zhou's eyes flashed. If these two young ladies can bring the complete Twin Chi shared spirit divine art to Twin Spirit Pavilion, Wu Fa and Wu Tian will certainly be ecstatic. There's no rush. Jiaoer and Mayer will first return back to Nine Heavens Holy Land with me. It won't be too late for them to make a decision once we arrive. Xianxia chuckled. And the Hu sisters did not hesitate to agree. Then, can this Chun send a message to Wu Fa and Wu Tian to inform them of the good news? Chun Zhou asked cautiously as he observed Xianxia's expression. I shall trouble Palace Master Chun to do so. Xianxia nodded. Many thanks. Chun Zhou replied gratefully before quickly summoning over Elder Xiao Ling of Dragon Phoenix Palace and letting him quickly travel to Twin Spirit Pavilion to convey the word of the Hu sisters to Wu Fa and Wu Tian. Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion had always had a good relationship, and Chun Zhou, Wu Fa and Wu Tian were also on good terms. When Sun Yu had obtained the Dragon Emperor's inheritance, allowing the Dragon Emperor's prestige to reappear after thousands of years, Chun Zhou had felt somewhat regretful for Twin Spirit Pavilion even though he was happy for his own sect. Now that Chun Zhou saw hope in the Hu sisters, he wanted to let his two friends know as soon as possible so they too could rejoice. Xianxia soon left to join the rest of the caravan, walking alongside and chatting with Ling Tai Su. It was difficult for Hu Jiaoer and Hu Mayer to hide their excitement, each of them taking a spot next to Chun Zhou and constantly asking him about Twin Spirit Pavilion's current situation. Chun Zhou did not conceal anything and happily answered the two you girls' questions. Holy Master Yang is quite considerate of you too. Chun Zhou suddenly smiled mysteriously. What does senior mean? Hu Jiaoer asked, confused. Chun Zhou explained. Holy Master Yang insisted that you two first go to Nine Heavens Holy Land with him, while allowing me to send a message to Twin Spirit Pavilion. Now, if Wu Fa and Wu Tian wish to meet with you, they must first travel to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Knowing you have a close relationship with Holy Master Yang, Wu Fa and Wu Tian will certainly not mistreat you in the future. On the contrary, they will regard you as their sect's future hope. If both of you had instead gone directly to Twin Spirit Pavilion, the situation may not be the same. Hu Jiaoer thought about it for a moment and felt that this was reasonable. Her beautiful eyes glancing over towards Yang Kai, who was walking in front of them and pouting slightly. He's always up to something. He acted so for your own well-being. Chunzhou nodded with an ambiguous smile, seemingly having noticed something. After 3 long months of traveling, the several thousand-person caravan was finally approaching their destination. When this news spread out, everyone felt very excited. After so long, these cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty were all thoroughly exhausted, their initially vibrant curiosity giving way to the desire to find a quiet place and quickly begin enjoying the rich world energy aura of Tong Xian realm. This world was many times better in terms of cultivation environment compared to the Great Han Dynasty, causing all of these cultivators to secretly anticipate what kind of development they would achieve in the future. From Nine Heavens' Holy Land a few hundred kilometers away, a group of figures flew out. Upon arriving, each of these people cupped their fists and greeted, "Holy Master!" All of the Holy Land's elders had rushed out to welcome this caravan, their eyes curiously sweeping over these several thousand people. Yang Kai gently nodded and asked, "Is everything ready?" Great Elder Su Hui nodded. "Everything has been prepared. When Elder Shi Kuan arrived a few days ago, we immediately began tidying up War Spirit Temple's old site. Although there are still some places in need of repair, we can begin moving people in at any time." "Not a problem." Yang Kai nodded and expressed his satisfaction. There were roughly 3,000 disciples of Nine Heavens' Holy Land, and now Yang Kai had brought back 4,000 or 5,000 people with him. The Nine Peaks did not have enough space to comfortably place all of these people, and even if they squished everyone in, the supply of world energy wouldn't be sufficient to supply so many cultivators. Therefore, Yang Kai had long ago decided to place his friends and family in a different location. The old sites of Shattering Mystical Palace and War Spirit Temple were both good choices. These two sects had originally been set up in locations with rich world energy and beautiful scenery, so they were quite suitable for long-term residence. The most important thing was that there were many buildings already in place. However, Shattering Mystical Palace now had a constantly open entrance to the starry sky. So Yang Kai didn't feel comfortable settling the Great Han Dynasty cultivators there, and decided to use War Spirit Temple's site instead. Yang Kai had sent Shi Kuan ahead a month ago to convey his instructions to Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Now it appeared that all the arrangements on that side had been completed. All that was left was for the people brought over by Yang Kai to move in. War Spirit Temple was not far from Nine Heavens' Holy Land and was actually located right between the Holy Land and Netherworld sect, so if anyone ever wanted to act against them, they would first have to pass through Nine Heavens' Holy Land or Netherworld sect. This was the strongest guarantee of the Great Han Dynasty cultivators' safety. Yang Kai had informed everyone about these things on their way here, and the various leaders like Yang Zhao, Qiu Yimeng, and Hu Xingchun had said that there were no problems with his arrangements. Living in the former site of War Spirit Temple would be convenient for them if they ever needed to look for Yang Kai or visit Nine Heavens' Holy Land in the future, as the two were only half an hour apart. As the huge caravan walked forward, Yang Kai introduced the elders of the Holy Land to the various leaders of the forces from the Great Han Dynasty, allowing them to mingle with each other. Towards these people brought by Yang Kai, Su Hui and others showed great humbleness, causing many of the young leaders to feel quite flattered. All of them were quite clear that with their pitiful cultivation, if they were not close friends of Yang Kai, these Saint Realm masters may not even deem them worthy to look at. But now, all these powerful masters who had lived for hundreds of years treated them with politeness and courtesy. For a moment, these leaders felt a subtle sense of excitement and were once again profoundly taught about how extraordinary Yang Kai's status in this world was. "Holy Master Yang, since we have arrived, we shall take our leave." Chen Zhou suddenly came up to Yang Kai and said, they had been away from Dragon Phoenix Palace for several months now, so it was high time for them to go back. "Palace Master Chun must be tired after such a long journey. Please stay in my holy land for a few days and allow me to offer you my hospitality," Yang Kai sincerely said. Along the road, there were indeed many incidents they had helped to resolve. With thousands of people slowly walking together, there were always a few fellows without eyes who came to stir up trouble, and if they had not been handled properly by the masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace, Yang Kai might have killed them all. Chun Zhou and the others had escorted them all the way to the doorsteps of the Holy Land, so Yang Kai was not about to just let them leave like this. Chun Zhou hesitated. Since Senior Yang has invited us, we should not refuse, Sun Yu interjected. Chun Zhou smiled bitterly. You kid? Relenting, Chun Zhou nodded and cupped his fists. Then we shall be imposing on you. Yang Kai smiled with satisfaction. Sun Yu quietly arrived beside Yang Kai and whispered, Senior Yang, when can I tell Palace Master and the others the truth of this matter? Every time I see them acting so respectful towards me, I feel a deep sense of guilt. After this time's matter has been processed, I will go find someone and then bring them to your Dragon Phoenix Palace to explain everything. Really? Sun Yu asked excitedly. And is the one Senior Yang is going to look for the Phoenix Empress? Sun Yu casually guessed. But to his surprise, Yang Kai readily admitted, yes, it was about time for him to seek out Su Yen and bring her back. She had been in Ice Sect for more than a decade now, and it had been 7 years since Yang Kai had last met with her. Now that everyone from High Heaven Pavilion had come to Tongxian Realm, he should allow her to return home. After bringing her back and allowing her to obtain the Phoenix Empress inheritance, presumably her cultivation would soar upwards. Yang Kai was quite looking forward to it. After an hour, the huge convoy passed by the 9 peaks and, under the orders of Yang Kai, Su Hui invited the group of masters from Dragon Phoenix Palace into 9 Heavens Holy Land and personally entertained them. Meanwhile, the others moved on towards the old site of War Spirit Temple. Yang Kai has already instructed Su Hui to deliver some pills to Dragon Phoenix Palace as thanks for their efforts. Su Hui would have no trouble handling this. Another hour later, everyone finally arrived at the former site of War Spirit Temple. From far away, Wuxia of Netherworld's sect flew over, cupped his fists and bowed. Holy Master Yang, long time no see. Sect Master Wu, why are you here? Yang Kai was surprised. Wuxia chuckled lightly. Things have been quiet in the sect lately, so I brought some of my disciples here to lend a helping hand. Are these the people from Holy Master Yang's hometown? There are a lot of them. As he spoke, Wuxia glanced behind Yang Kai and was secretly surprised. They will live here from now on and will be neighbors to your Netherworld sect. So I will have to trouble Sect Master Wu to look after them every now and then. Rest assured, as long as my Netherworld sect exists, no one will cross its defenses and trouble this place. Wuxia struck his chest proudly and promised. Inside the former site of War Spirit Temple, the various cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty began settling in, and after 10 days of discussion, each force had its own place. War Spirit Temple originally had several thousand disciples, so even though there were many cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty, it was not a problem to fit them all in. With new homes in a new environment, everyone felt a sense of prosperity. Yang Kai summoned the leaders of the various forces and warned them about several things, especially the passage to the Starry Sky Gate inside Shattering Mystical Palace, making sure none of them allowed their people to enter it at will. That was a place where even if saints went in, they were almost guaranteed to die, let alone this group of people from the Great Han Dynasty. This world is very different from the Great Han Dynasty. Here you cannot act the same as before. All of you must regard one another as one whole family. Although you may need years, or even tens of years to fully integrate into this world, and the road ahead will be challenging, the room for development here is also far greater compared to the other side. Yang Kai said as he looked out across the crowd. The leaders of the various forces all nodded. Since they were willing to follow Yang Kai here, they were naturally prepared for all this. If they wanted to develop and thrive here, they would need to put aside their differences and band together, abandoning their previous sect and family identities to become one cohesive force. There was no need for Yang Kai to mention such matters. This was something they all understood. Fortunately, at present, the leaders of each force basically came from the younger generation, so their mindsets were more flexible. The Holy Land sent over a large number of cultivation materials and evenly distributed them to everyone here. so the Great Han Dynasty cultivators had no need to worry about securing resources and could instead focus on improving their own cultivation realms. The Holy Land could now easily collect this amount of cultivation materials as the 5 grandmasters and Xianxia were constantly receiving requests for alchemy services. With the storm of the mysterious small worlds dying down, the number of people coming to the Holy Land for pills was gradually increasing again. The Holy Land's daily income was now enough to support 10 Holy Lands, so naturally there was no issue supplying resources to the Great Han cultivators. During these 10 days, Xianxia had also come over and stayed a while, spending time greeting everyone from High Heaven Pavilion, but because there were so many people requesting alchemy services from the Holy Land, after a few days she had to return. Another 10 days passed by and everything had finally settled down. In a corner of the former War Spirit Temple grounds, Xianxia came across Ling Tai Su standing atop of Mountain Peak, quietly gazing out across the world, and called out, "Grand Master!" Ling Tai Su looked back and nodded with a smile. "Have you grown tired after all these days of hard work?" "Not at all," Xianxia smiled. "It was my greatest wish since I first came to this world to bring my family and friends here." Ling Tai Su revealed a look of approval as he nodded. "This time, you have splendidly dealt with all possible issues. I believe everyone who has come here is deeply thankful to you." Xianxia gently inhaled, revealing a worried look. "The only thing I worry about now is if there will be any contradictions in the future." Ling Tai Su, however, just laughed. "There will definitely be contradiction. After all, the people who came here come from far too many forces, but you don't have to worry about that. No one here is unreasonable, so even if contradictions arise, they will be able to find solutions on their own. As long as they have the heart to come together, after 1 or 2 generations have passed, they will truly become one family. Everything is just a matter of time." "I hope so," Xianxia nodded. He had done what he should do. The rest would be up to the efforts of the cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty. "Kair, that soaring heaven sect you mentioned on the way here." Ling Tai Su suddenly changed the subject. "Is it true that the ancestral founder for my High Heaven Pavilion is there?" And Xianxia nodded sincerely. "It's absolutely true. When Disciple first came to this world, I received much care from the ancestral founder as well as my martial uncles and martial aunt. On the journey to the Holy Land, Xianxia had spoken about the relationship between High Heaven Pavilion and Soaring Heaven Sect. At that time, the Ling Tai Su was very interested and excited. Now that he was suddenly bringing it up again, it was obvious what he was planning. "Ancestral founder is still alive." Ling Tai Su's face showed a fascinated look. "His strength is probably quite profound, yes? Among the highest level in this world," Xianxia quickly said. Ling Tai Su took a deep breath. "I wish to greet him." He was the former sect master of High Heaven Pavilion, but compared with Chu Lingxiao, he was still several generations lower. Now that Ling Tai Su knew that the sect's ancestral founder was still alive, naturally he wanted to meet him. "I'll take you," Xianxia said immediately. "There's no need for that, you have many things to attend to. Just find someone who knows the way there and have them show me the way." Ling Tai Su waved his hand. Xianxia smiled meaningfully. "If I let someone else take Grand Master there, it will be at least a 4-month round trip. But if Disciple takes you, it will only take a few days to go back and forth." "Oh!" Ling Tai Su's brow rose. "Do you have the means to travel so quickly?" "Grand Master will have to experience it to understand." Xianxia chuckled, thinking for a moment before saying, "Let's also bring Sumu along." Ling Tai Su pondered for a bit before nodding. "Good. Regardless of anything else, he is now the sect master of High Heaven Pavilion. Coming with me to meet ancestral founder is only appropriate." Xianxia immediately released his divine sense to search for Sumu. An incense stick worth of time later, Sumu rushed over. "Brother-in-law, former sect master, why did you suddenly summon me?" "To lead you to see the sect's ancestral founder." Xianxia grinned and summoned the Flying Heavens shuttle, leaping aboard before beckoning to Sumu and Ling Tai Su. After the two also boarded, the Flying Heavens shuttle immediately transformed into a blue streak of light and disappeared. Feeling the terrifying speed of the Flying Heavens shuttle, Ling Tai Su and Sumu both paled. Sumu exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, what is this artifact?" Isn't its speed too incredible? He was also now a transcendent, yet when he released his divine sense into the surroundings, he was unable to capture the flow of scenery around him, which meant that the flying heavens shuttle could fly at least several times faster than he could expand his divine sense. It's called the Flying Heavens Shuttle, a flight-type artifact, Xianxia explained casually. This thing is amazing. At such a speed, if I ever wanted to visit Nine Heavens' holy land in the future, I'm afraid the trip would only take the blink of an eye. Sumu shouted excitedly. Brother-in-law, make one for me too. Xianxia's face went black. Ling Tai Su saw this and smiled. You should give up such wishful thinking. I'm afraid this artifact is not easy to acquire. And, in all the world, this is the only one. Xianxia nodded. Sumu was inevitably disappointed upon realizing just how precious and rare the Flying Heavens shuttle was. Brother-in-law, you being able to obtain a unique treasure like this is really the good fortunes of heaven. Right, a moment ago you mentioned something about bringing me to see the ancestral founder? What ancestral founder? Xianxia quickly explained about Chu Ling Xiao and Soaring Heaven sect. After listening to him, Sumu couldn't help looking forward to this meeting. Along the way, Xianxia took advantage of this opportunity to teach some knowledge about Tongshen realm to Sumu and Ling Tai Su. 2 days later, they arrived at Soaring Heaven sect. Xianxia rushed directly into Serene Resplendent Peak. Before he could enter the mountain cave though, a tender shout reached his ears. Little martial nephew. Turning his head towards the source of the voice, Xianxia saw his martial Aunt Fei Yu standing not far away, apparently having already noticed his arrival. Beside her was Tsang Yan, Li Wan and Fei Jian. Xianxia smiled happily and rushed over with Ling Tai Su and Sumu. I was just wondering which blind bastard dared to break into my serene resplendent peak, but it turns out it's just you returning, Fei Yu said full of enthusiasm, her beautiful eyes sweeping over Xianxia as she angrily said, You never send word in advance and always just appear and disappear so mysteriously. I just arrived. Xianxia laughed. In any case, it's not like we're strangers. The only one who dares to come and go freely from my serene resplendent peak is you. If Li Wan or the rest dared to do this, I would knock all their teeth out without question. Fei Yu snorted. Li Wan made a pitiful face as he complained. Why are you pulling me into this? I've never come in and out of this place without letting you know. These two are... Song Yen cast his eyes curiously towards Ling Tai Su and Sumu, not knowing why Xianxia would bring these two people to Soaring Heaven sect. This is my Grand Master Ling Tai Su that I mentioned to you before, and this is my junior brother Sumu, and he is now the sect master of the High Heaven Pavilion. High Heaven Pavilion. The four of them were quite shocked as they asked, the sect martial ancestor created in that other world? N. High Heaven Pavilion's Ling Tai Su greets senior brothers and senior sister. Ling Tai Su cupped his fists and politely bowed. Although his appearance made him look much older than Song Yen and the others, Ling Tai Su knew that in terms of true age each of the four before him was much older than himself, so it was only a matter of course to call them senior brothers and senior sister. Sumu greets martial uncles and martial aunt. Sumu also hurriedly saluted. Good, good, good. Song Yen laughed as he and the other three returned the courtesy. So junior brother and martial nephew are here to recognize your ancestors and return to your homeland. Good, martial ancestor will be very happy when he learns of this. What about the others from High Heaven Pavilion? Fei Yu kindly inquired. I have settled them in a place near Nine Heavens' holy land. The journey from there to here is too far, and they have only just arrived in Tongshen realm, so I have not led them here today. That's fine. If there is a chance in the future, you can bring them here. Song Yen nodded. Come. Let me take you to see martial ancestor. We just so happen to have something to discuss with him as well. Then I'll trouble senior brother to lead the way. Ling Tai Su's heart pounded with excitement. Inside Chu Ling Zhao's secluded room, the group of people looked for a place and sat down cross-legged. After learning about Ling Tai Su and Sumu's origins, Chu Ling Xiao also felt some rising emotions. After a moment of silence, Chu Ling Xiao said, In the past, I founded High Heaven Pavilion as a temporary plan. I could not remain forever to watch over that demon general's body, so I casually found some disciples and taught them a few things. But I hadn't thought that after leaving, those few disciples would continue to carry forward High Heaven Pavilion for so long. And I was somewhat negligent in my responsibilities. If I had known things would turn out this way, I would have left some better secret arts and martial skills there. These years must have been hard for you. Ancestral Founder is too serious, Ling Tai Su hurriedly said. It was all thanks to Ancestral Founder that Disciple can have today's achievements. Disciple now being able to greet Ancestral Founder in this lifetime is already the greatest blessing of High Heaven Pavilion's ancestors. If they were to learn of this in the afterlife, I'm sure they would smile happily. Good. Chu Ling Xiao gently nodded, a look of gratitude appearing on his face. Chu Ling Xiao was quite concerned about the current situation of High Heaven Pavilion, and Ling Tai Su also had many things he wished to talk about with the Ancestral Founder. Seeing that they would not be finished anytime soon, Fei Yu beckoned to Yang Kai while quietly withdrawing. Yang Kai excused himself and followed after her. Outside the secret room, following Yang Kai, Song Yen and the others also came out. They had come here to report something to Chu Ling Xiao, but seeing him immersed in his discussion with Ling Tai Su, they decided their matter could wait. Little martial nephew, I heard that your 9 Heavens Holy Land is developing quite well, yes? Fei Yu asked Yang Kai with a smile. Things are all right, Yang Kai chuckled. I also heard that your 9 Heavens Holy Land saintesses are completely obedient to the Holy Master. Is that really the case? Little martial nephew, have you found a few saintesses already? Li Wan's eyes glanced around, a false look of concern appearing on his face as he said, although you're still young and strong, everything should be done in moderation lest you hurt yourself. Yang Kai's face cramped up, not knowing how he should respond, instead choosing to forcefully change the subject. Martial uncles, martial aunt, did you all just come back from the outside? Song Yen nodded. We were out investigating the Snow Mountain Ranges situation. Oh? Why? What happened? Yang Kai asked curiously. The four looked at each other, with Fei Yu eventually saying, Little martial nephew is not an outsider. Is there any need to conceal things? Song Yen nodded. We should discuss it. It will also be good to inform little martial nephew, so he can let 9 Heavens Holy Land pay attention. Seeing their expression become dignified, Yang Kai immediately realized that the situation was more complicated than he anticipated. Otherwise, how could Four Saint Realm Masters treat it so seriously? Come with us? Fei Yu waved her hand and led Yang Kai together with the other 3 towards a certain direction. About half a year ago, the world's mysterious small world all opened on their own. Little martial nephew should know about this, yes? Song Yen asked as they walked. Naturally, Yang Kai gently nodded. Not only did he know about it, but he was also quite suspicious about whether these mysterious small worlds opening on their own had something to do with him destroying the space which was guarded by great demon god's soul clone. Although he had no definitive evidence, the timing was quite consistent, with all the entrances to the various mysterious small worlds appearing just after he destroyed that space. We don't know if the two situations are related to one another, but after the entrances to all the mysterious small worlds opened, an incident inside the Snow Mountain Range occurred. What kind of incident? Yang Kai asked. A top-level master strangely appeared. Song Yen replied in a low tone. Top-level master? A third-order saint. Yang Kai wore a look of shock. There were only a handful of third-order saints across the world, with the total number among all 3 races adding up to no more than 20. Yang Kai knew that there were only 5 such masters amongst the demon race. Besides the demon commander Zhang Yuan, there were the 4 demon general. On the monster race's side, only the 3 great seniors had arrived at such a cultivation, namely Scarlet Flame Thunder Dragon, Divine Ox, and Ice Jade Python. The number amongst the human race was slightly more, but not by a wide margin. Such a master inexplicably appearing in the Snow Mountain Range was naturally an incident worthy of note. What race is he from? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. When he did so, though, the expressions of his 4 martial seniors suddenly became strange, Song Yen only responding after a brief silence. It was because we were uncertain of what race he belonged to that we were concerned. When we get to the place, you will understand. Yang Kai was stunned and no longer asked any questions and simply followed along. Listening to what they had just said, though, it seemed like this third-order saint was actually imprisoned somewhere inside Soaring Heaven sect at the moment, making Yang Kai feel quite confused. Wanting to capture a third-order saint was no simple matter. Although he was curious about how they accomplished this, Yang Kai refrained from asking. Following the four through Soaring Heaven sect, it took a moment before they arrived at a certain mountain peak at the bottom of which was a hidden entrance that led down into its depths. Along the downward ramp were bright torches that gave off a thick yin qi. Feeling a certain pressure on his body, Yang Kai's expression grew serious. Fei Yu took the initiative to explain. There is a powerful spirit array set up here that has the effect of suppressing one's strength. This place is where my Soaring Heaven sect imprisons powerful enemies, but it has been empty for quite some time. That is, until a few months ago. That unknown master is being held here? And the situation is very strange. We don't know how to explain it. It's best if you see it with your own eyes. Song Yen nodded. As they descended, Yang Kai felt that the pressure fettering him seemed to be growing stronger and stronger, giving him the illusion that the entire mountain was pressing down on him, making it difficult to breathe. This was obviously the overflow effect of the spirit array. Although it was not specifically targeting Yang Kai, it still gave him great pressure. If they were to be the focus of this suppression, Yang Kai didn't know what kind of master would be able to withstand it. After descending around 3,000 meters or so, the group finally arrived at a dimly lit stone room. Inside the stone room, there were a number of faintly glowing lines that were arranged in a complicated pattern. At the center of this pattern was a bound human figure. Chu Lingzhao's demon sealing chain was firmly wrapped around this humanoid form, constantly releasing a scalding hot aura that was burning this figure, while its hands and feet were also bound by a series of artifacts Yang Kai had never seen before. Even so, a shocking malevolent aura still filled this room. That's him? Song Yen pointed to the front. Little martial nephew, look carefully. If your Nine Heavens Holy Land encounters such a creature in the future, you must act prudently. We are still unable to determine which race he belongs to. As Yang Kai looked towards the human form, his eyes suddenly filled with shock as he called out unconsciously, "Bone race!" What? His four martial seniors simultaneously stared towards him. Yang Kai frowned deeply and quickly walked towards the human form, carefully examining it and confirming his initial suspicions. The one tied up here was actually a bone race. Little martial nephew, do you know this race? Song Yen asked urgently. I've seen one before. Yang Kai nodded solemnly. Where? 7 or 8 years ago, when I went to find my senior sister, in a place at the northern edge of the endless sea covered in glaciers. Yang Kai explained quickly. When he had gone to find Su Yen, he had blended souls with her inside ice sect, allowing their souls to assume the forms of a golden dragon and ice phoenix. In that form, the two of them flew across the glacial world and inadvertently destroyed a certain iceberg. Inside that iceberg was where Yang Kai had found a frozen skeleton. That frozen skeleton was exactly the same as the humanoid one in front of them, without any flesh and blood, only consisting of bones and meridians, a frightening sight to behold. At the time, Yang Kai didn't know what it was and thought it was perhaps the remains of an ice sect disciple that had accidentally died. So out of goodwill he brought it back. Ice sect's master, Xianxia, along with ice sect's elders, however, knew who this skeleton was and informed Yang Kai about him. They said that a long time ago, a strange race which called themselves the Bone Race had mysteriously appeared in Tongshan realm. They appeared as nothing but skeletons, but each one of them was extremely powerful and long-lived. The decline of Ice Sect was deeply tied to the appearance of the Bone Race. Xianxia finally instructed Yang Kai to incinerate the skeleton, and during that process, the frozen bones which he had thought was nothing more than a corpse, actually revealed a powerful life aura. This frightening incident had left a great impression on Yang Kai. Now seeing this shackled skeleton, Yang Kai naturally recognized its origins at first glance. After listening to Yang Kai's explanation, his martial uncles and martial aunt all wore extremely solemn expressions. You mean, he has lived for several thousand years? Song Yen asked somewhat incredulously. Most likely, Yang Kai nodded. Martial Ancestor also said that this person seemed to have no vitality but was somehow still alive. However, it seemed like he had only just awoken from a very long sleep, so his strength was nowhere near its peak, allowing Martial Ancestor to easily capture him and bring him back to the sect. This bone race member was captured by Ancestral Founder? Yang Kai turned to look at the four. On the same day that the mysterious small world entrances all opened, Martial Ancestor suddenly detected an unusual aura deep inside the Snow Mountain range. Unable to feel relieved, he went to investigate and a few days later, brought this skeleton back. We all thought he was already dead. Fortunately, Martial Ancestor had the foresight to imprison him here, Li Wan said fearfully. This bone race master's energy fluctuations revealed to be a third-order saint realm, and although it was faint, there was no doubt about his strength. If they had allowed him to recover, even Chu Ling Xiao may not have been able to defeat him. Wait, when we came here a few days ago, his meridians were all dried up, but now they seem to be quite full. The life aura from his body has also become stronger. Fei Yu noticed something and quickly reminded them. He's restoring himself? Song Yan's expression dropped. Did he really possess such amazing vitality? After being frozen in the Snow Mountain range for thousands of years, he was still able to awaken and restore himself. The very concept was shocking. Why have we never heard of such a race before? The four saints all glanced around at each other in confusion. The world is big and filled with many unknowns. There's nothing strange about there being things we know nothing about. Li Wan, go inform Martial Ancestor. We should let him decide what we do next, Song Yen declared. Good. Li Wan immediately disappeared. They had originally brought Yang Kai here to warn him about the strange entity, but instead they had actually gained information about it from Yang Kai, information that was of great concern to Song Yen and the others. A moment later, Chu Ling Xiao swiftly appeared. I've heard about the situation from Li Wan. Yang Kai, how much do you know about this bone race? Chu Ling Xiao asked seriously. Not much, Yang Kai shook his head. I only know that if you want to completely destroy him, burning his skeleton to ash is the best way. Otherwise, once he fully recovers, he will be difficult to deal with. Such a strange race. This old master has never heard of it before, but I know a bit about the Ice Sect. I hadn't expected that their lineage was still continuing. Chu Ling Xiao took a deep breath. Martial Ancestor knows about Ice Sect? Yang Kai was quite surprised. Naturally, this endless Snow Mountain range was once the exclusive domain of Ice Sect. Yang Kai was stunned. However, that would also explain why a Bone Race Master would appear here. If the fall of Ice Sect was inextricably linked to the Bone Race, they must have fought here a long time ago, ultimately losing and being chased out by the Bone Race, forced to retreat to that glacial world where they remained even now. Soaring Heaven Sect, deep inside the depths of the Prison Mountain, Yang Kai pushed his true Yang Yuan Qi fiercely and engulfed the Bone Race skeleton in it, burning it down. Chu Ling Xiao and the others all stood by close and watched quietly. Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi was not an ordinary flame. It was the crystallization of his cultivation, an incredibly pure and dense form of energy. There was nothing it could not incinerate. The Bone Race Master, bound by the demon sealing chain and various artifacts, seemed to be dead. But the malevolent aura which emanated from his body was actually becoming more and more intense. Chi chi chi. Inside the dimly lit room, a harsh, grating sound resounded as cracks spread throughout the Bone Race's skeleton, his meridians and bones slowly reducing to ash. Suddenly, the two deep green lights appeared in the eye sockets of the Bone Race Master, just like a pair of gloomy eyes which flickered erratically. The malevolent aura suddenly exploded out. Oh! An angry roar suddenly burst forth from the Bone Race's head, his spiritual energy penetrating into the knowledge seas of everyone nearby, allowing them to clearly sense his violent unwillingness. This scream also contained a potent yet mysterious divine sense attack which caused the souls of everyone except Chu Ling Xiao to tremble. Everyone paled at this sight and Yang Kai hastily increased the output of his true qi. Under the intense heat, the skeleton gradually disintegrated. The green glowing eyes of the bone race master also quickly dimmed and eventually lost all light. After the time it would take to burn a stick on incense, only a black powder remained. Everyone stared at this sight for a moment, unable to speak. He really hadn't died. Such tenacious vitality. Fei Yu wore a frightened look. All that was left was his skeleton. How could he have survived? Song Yen also couldn't understand. Perhaps he was originally just a skeleton, with no flesh or blood at all. Or perhaps his skeleton was the core of his life essence. Yang Kai spoke thoughtfully. What little martial nephew means to say is that as long as his skeleton remains, he won't die? And Yang Kai nodded. In any case, this race is completely different from the others in this world, and is extremely dangerous. If any of us encounter them again in the future, we mustn't take them lightly. Rest assured, if I ever bump into these creatures again, I'll definitely smash their bones, Li Wan said firmly. Is there really such a strange race in this world? Chu Ling Zhao's brow wrinkled. Even with all his knowledge and experience, if Yang Kai hadn't arrived today, he wouldn't have been able to figure out the identity of the bone race master he had captured. When he had entered the Snow Mountain range to investigate all those months ago, following the shocking evil aura he had sensed, all Chu Ling Zhao had found was a skeleton buried 1,000 meters beneath the ice. It was only because he realized there was something strange about it that he brought it back. Fortunately, he had the foresight to seal and suppress it. For some time now, this old master has felt that this world has become subtly different, Chu Ling Zhao solemnly said. The meaning of ancestral founder is... Yang Kai turned a curious look towards him. Chu Ling Zhao hesitated for a moment before finally saying, Your realm is not high enough, so you probably have not noticed yet, but I believe that all the third-order saints around the world have the same feeling as this old master. This world seems to have somehow been released from something, and the stars in the night sky are also much clearer and more numerous than before. Yang Kai's look changed. This old master doesn't know why, but it's as if some great change is approaching, Chu Ling Zhao sighed. The 4 other saints present shivered, finally understand why since the day he had brought back the bone race skeleton. Their martial ancestor had often left his cultivation room at night to stare up at the night sky. They didn't know why their marital ancestor had suddenly begun taking such a strange action. They had only thought that Chu Ling Zhao had obtained some kind of enlightenment, but listening to his words just now, they now know that he had actually discovered something unusual. After spending 2 days in Soaring Heaven Sect, Yang Kai returned to 9 Heavens Holy Land with Ling Tai Su and Su Mu. When they left, Chu Ling Zhao had sternly cautioned them and insisted that if they encountered another bone race master again, they must let him know. Yang Kai readily agreed. Along the way, Yang Kai remained silent, lost in thought. Ling Tai Su did not miss his absent-mindedness and asked, Is there something wrong? Yang Kai nodded and told him about the bone race matter, causing Ling Tai Su to pale slightly. Unfortunately, there was nothing Ling Tai Su could contribute to the discussion. After all, he had just arrived in Tongxian realm and was unfamiliar with even the common sense of this world, let alone something as out of the ordinary as the bone race. In the past, back in the Great Han Dynasty, he hadn't even known about the existence of the demon and monster races. He had thought that, under the heavens, the only race capable of rational thought was the human race. It was only after arriving in Tongxian realm that Ling Tai Su realized his own naivety. Grand Master doesn't need to worry about this matter. If the sky collapses, the world's giants will be there to hold it up. Yang Kai laughed, relaxing his expression greatly before turning to look at Su Mu and asking with a smile, What good things did you obtain that you can't stop grinning? Su Mu chuckled and took out a universe bag. Look, this is a gift from Ancestral Founder. A universe bag. Yang Kai nodded. Do you know how to use it? Of course I do. The Ancestral Founder, martial uncles, and martial aunt all gave me many artifacts, martial skills, secret arts, ancient books, and other treasures. Su Mu held the universe bag to his chest and gently patted it. You must make good use of all the treasures you received. Do not disappoint the expectations of Ancestral Founder and your martial seniors. Ling Tai Su said sincerely. Disciple knows? Su Mu nodded before suddenly asking, Brother-in-law, when are you going to bring elder sister back? Our entire sect has migrated here. I think it's a good time for her to return. After sending the two of you back, I plan to go look for Su Yen, Yang Kai responded. Even if Su Mu did not remind him, Yang Kai had been planning to do so. After nearly 8 years apart, Yang Kai had grown quite anxious to see his beloved again. Now that Xianxia was also in Nine Heavens' Holy Land, he only needed to find Su Yen so that they could all reunite. Yang Kai very much yearned for such a day. 2 days later, the three returned to the old War Spirit Temple site. Just after returning to this place, Su Hui, who heard the news, flew over and reported, "Holy Master, 2 guests arrived at the Holy Land 2 days ago and requested to see you." "Who are they?" Yang Kai asked. They announced themselves as the sect masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion, Wu Fa and Wu Tian. Su Hui reported with a wry smile, unable to stop himself, apparently thinking that their names were far too rampant. "Oh? They came personally." Yang Kai raised his brow. On the way to the Nine Heavens Holy Land with the great Han Dynasty cultivators, Palace Master Qinzhou of Dragon Phoenix Palace had sent Xiao Ling, one of his sect's elders, to Twin Spirit Pavilion to deliver a message. Now, only a few months later, Twin Spirit Pavilion had taken swift action. The 2 sect masters traveling all this way to seek an audience with Yang Kai explained just how much importance they placed on the Hu sisters. This made Yang Kai very satisfied. At least they had shown enough sincerity. "Holy Master, do you wish to see them?" Su Hui asked. "Of course I must see them. Where are they now?" "They are waiting inside the Holy Land." "Good. Continue to entertain them and tell them I will return shortly." Su Hui acknowledged the command and quickly departed. After he left, Yang Kai spread out his divine sense to search the former War Spirit Temple site, soon finding the location of the Hu sisters and rushing over to see them. War Spirit Temple's grounds covered a large area, and the Blood Battle Gang was situated in the northwest corner, where a number of splendid residences had previously been constructed. The Hu sisters and sect master Hu Man were currently working with the gang's disciples to repair these broken houses and clean up the surrounding area, keeping themselves occupied. Seeing Yang Kai appear, Hu Man smiled and walked over, cupping his fists as he said, "Nephew Yang, you've come." The Hu sisters' beautiful eyes brightened as well as they smiled happily. Yang Kai nodded slightly and asked, "How are things here? Is there anything you're unsatisfied with?" Hu Man quickly waved his hand. "How could there be anything we're unsatisfied with? Nephew Yang has already arranged everything and provided so many cultivation resources. All we need to do is cultivate diligently. As for the environment, we weren't picky in the first place, so we couldn't be happier." "That's good. And if you have anything you need, just inform my Holy Land's elders, and they will do everything they can to accommodate you." "We have no additional needs." Hu Man laughed before smoothly changing the subject. "The only request I could think of would be for Nephew Yang to find some free time to help teach my 2 daughters. If you could, this Hu would be most grateful. And personal guidance at night would be the best. It would greatly ease this Hu's worries." "Heh. Father, if you continue speaking, someday you might turn mute." Hu Jiaoer turned red and glared at her father. Since coming here, Hu Man had constantly been mentioning how much he appreciated Yang Kai to his 2 daughters. What their father was thinking, the sisters knew, but now that he was all but spelling it out to them, what's more right in front of Yang Kai, Hu Jiaoer suddenly couldn't take it anymore. What this so-called father of theirs plan was clearly written on his face. "I'll leave you 3 to talk." Hu Man let out a hollow laugh and quickly slipped away. "Don't pay any attention to him." Hu Jiaoer quickly walked over to Yang Kai, the blush on her face still not faded as she faintly whispered, "He's just spouting nonsense." "Why did you suddenly come to see us?" Hu Mayer asked. "Guests from Twin Spirit Pavilion have come," Yang Kai replied frankly. The 2 Hu sisters trembled lightly as they directed glowing gazes towards Yang Kai. "The ones who have come are the 2 sect masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. Their purpose is obvious and they've displayed their sincerity. All that's left is for you 2 to decide how you want to proceed." The 2 sisters exchanged a glance, seemingly a bit hesitant about what choice to make. After a brief silence, Hu Jiaoer said, "Whatever you decide, we'll go along with. They entrusted the decision to Yang Kai. Do you want to go? Yang Kai asked with a smile. The sisters nodded simultaneously, Hu Jiao saying, naturally, I want to see what kind of sect it is. Yang Kai could understand their mood because he was the same. When Yang Kai discovered that Dragon Phoenix Palace had some relation with the inheritance he and Su Yan obtained, his first thought was also to check this sect out. Of course, right now, it was partially because it was a huge opportunity for Sun Yu that Yang Kai had striven to build a good relationship with Dragon Phoenix Palace. Since you want to go, then let's go. Perhaps you'll be able to find others with valuable experiences you can study. On top of that, there will certainly be gains if you go. Chun Zhou had guaranteed the character of Wu Fei and Wu Tian, and with the additional layer of protection their status as Yang Kai's friends provided, the Hu sisters would not be mistreated if they went to Twin Spirit Pavilion. On the contrary, Wu Fei and Wu Tian would regard them as precious treasures and treat them as such. 9 Heavens Holy Land Reception Hall. Twin Spirit Pavilion's 2 sect masters Wu Fei and Wu Tian sat anxiously upon their chairs, as if their cushions were made from pins and needles, their eyes darting around unceasingly. They had been here for a few days now, but they had yet to see the Holy Master of 9 Heavens Holy Land or the pair of twin sisters who had obtained the Twin Chi shared spirit divine art. Naturally, they felt like ants on a hot wok. With the Holy Land's great elder Su Hui standing nearby though, they didn't dare show too much impatience and could only keep their anxiety to themselves. A few years ago, an ordinary young disciple of Dragon Phoenix Palace had managed to enter the depths of Dragon Valley and obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance. In just 2 years, that young disciple had managed to break through from the True Element Boundary 7th stage to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, and upon exiting, had managed to kill the First Order Saint Realm Master of Frozen Nether Cave Heaven, who had led his sect to invade Dragon Phoenix Palace. In that conflict, Frozen Nether Cave Heaven had suffered heavy casualties while Dragon Phoenix Palace had won a near-total victory. When this news spread to Twin Spirit Pavilion, Wu Fei and Wu Tian couldn't help feeling deeply envious that Dragon Phoenix Palace had recovered its ancient inheritance. At the same time that they felt happy for Dragon Phoenix Palace, they also felt a sense of dejection. Twin Spirit Pavilion and the Dragon Phoenix Palace's core inheritances were both lost at the same time, but now a new hope had risen in Dragon Phoenix Palace while their Twin Spirit Pavilion was still wallowing in decline. With such a massive contrast between them, how could Wu Fei and Wu Tian not feel some indignation? The two of them often sighed as they wondered why their Twin Spirit Pavilion hadn't obtained such luck. But a few months ago, Dragon Phoenix Palace's elder Xiao Ling had arrived with a message saying that in a mysterious small world, a pair of twin sisters who cultivated the original Twin Chi shared spirit divine art had appeared. On top of that, this pair of sisters had arrived in Tongxian Realm and was currently staying in 9 Heavens Holy Land. Upon hearing the news, Wu Fei and Wu Tian immediately set out from the Twin Spirit Pavilion and rushed to this place, neither of them daring to delay, arriving at 9 Heavens Holy Land as quickly as possible. But now, unable to meet those they wanted to, and unable to question Su Hui about why, Wu Fei and Wu Tian's mood had understandably dropped. Fortunately, just now, Su Hui had returned and told them that the Holy Master would soon see them. Great Elder, may I ask when Holy Master Yang will arrive? Wu Fei couldn't help the restlessness in his heart and asked, his expression becoming quite awkward the moment these words left his lips. He was embarrassed with himself because this was the 3rd or 4th time he had asked this same question in the last hour. Su Hui smiled faintly and said, Holy Master said he will be here soon. Is Sect Master Wu feeling that anxious? Wu Fei laughed awkwardly. Something like that. Please don't mind, Great Elder. Big brother, they're here. At that moment, Wu Tian's shoulder trembled as he shouted. Wu Fei also quickly released his divine sense and noticed that a group of people were rapidly approaching. The two brothers could no longer sit still and immediately flew out, landing in front of the reception hall and staring towards the approaching group. A moment later, a blue light flashed and 3 figures appeared. In the lead was a heroic-looking youth whose aura was quite powerful and whose eyes shone with a sharp light. At first glance, it was apparent he was not weak. However, Wu Fa and Wu Tian's gaze was completely attracted by the two young women behind this youth. These two women appeared exactly the same, their life auras and true chi fluctuations identical in every way, and, as they stood side by side, there seemed to be an invisible connection linking them together as if the very essence of their beings was shared between them. If not for the contrast in their innate temperaments and demeanors, it was likely that people would think of them as copies of the same person. Wu Fa and Wu Tian felt their breath catch in their chests as a look of excitement filled their faces. The moment they laid eyes on the Hu sisters, they refused to look away, their eyes gradually filling with both surprise and joy. There was to confirm if these two were the sisters they had come to see, as Wu Fa and Wu Tian had already concluded that they were definitely cultivating the twin chi shared spirit divine art. Because in this world, there was no other secret art which could create this kind of result other than the twin chi shared spirit divine art. Moreover, these two sisters had clearly cultivated the most orthodox version of this secret art. The extent to which these two young women's life auras and true chi fluctuations mirrored one another far surpassed even Wu Fa and Wu Tian, who were the sect masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion. "Big brother!" Wu Tian gasped, a frantic look appearing on his face. Wu Fa was also very excited. "It is absolutely our Twin Spirit Pavilion's lost inheritance." The Hu sisters were also curiously sizing up Wu Fa and Wu Tian. They had never seen other cultivators in a similar situation to themselves. However, the look in these two people's eyes that seemed almost like starving beasts that couldn't wait to devour them caused them some slight fear. So the two sisters couldn't help hiding behind Yang Kai. Their subtle movements made Wu Fa and Wu Tian realize their own impropriety, and the two quickly composed themselves and wore temperate smiles, trying to appear harmless to humans and small animals. "Our two friends, the sect masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion?" Yang Kai asked with a smile. Wu Fa and Wu Tian stood up straight and cupped their fists. "Indeed. Is your excellency Holy Master Yang?" Yang Kai nodded. "Greetings. We have long heard your resounding name." Wu Fa exchanged some quick pleasantries before getting straight to the point. "Holy Master Yang, these two girls." Yang Kai interrupted him with a smile and said, "Let us go inside first." Saying so, he led the Hu sisters into the reception hall. Wu Fa and Wu Tian exchanged a quick glance before hurriedly keeping up. After the guests and hosts were seated, Yang Kai made the waiting maids serve fresh tea before calmly stating, "I will get straight to the point then. I am well aware of two sect masters' purpose in coming here." Wu Fa's face brightened as he directed an expectant gaze towards Yang Kai, anxiously waiting for him to continue. "However, my Nine Heavens Holy Land and Twin Spirit Pavilion have never had any dealings with one another, and this Holy Master is not familiar with two sect masters, so there are some things I'd like to clarify first. I hope two sect masters will not mind. What Holy Master Yang says is how it should be." Wu Fa and Wu Tian quickly agreed. "Ultimately, you wish for both of them to go to your Twin Spirit Pavilion, right?" Wu Fa and Wu Tian nodded together. "Because they have obtained the core inheritance of your Twin Spirit Pavilion and are your sect's hope for revitalization, yes? The two of them also wish to see your Twin Spirit Pavilion. This point I have already confirmed with them." "Truly." Wu Fa was overjoyed and directed a grateful look towards the Hu sisters. Wu Fa and Wu Tian had been extremely on edge this whole time, worried that the two sisters would not be willing to go with them. If it had turned out like that, they would have been helpless to do anything about it. They were currently inside Nine Heavens Holy Land, where masters were as abundant as clouds. The two brothers were both only first-order saints, and although when they collaborated, they wouldn't have a problem handling a second-order saint, such strength was far from enough to face a giant like Nine Heavens Holy Land. They had already stayed here for a few days and were well aware of an incredibly powerful aura residing on one of the nearby mountains. They did not doubt that there was third-order Saint Realm powerhouse guarding this place. Acting dissolute here would be akin to digging their own graves. This is a matter between your two parties and not really the place of an outsider like me to interfere. Yang Kai smiled softly. "But these two girls, to me, they are like younger sisters who live next door." As soon as he said these words, the Hu sisters shot him a complicated look. Yang Kai feigned ignorance and continued, "Moreover, They had just now arrived in Tongxian realm. Before now, they used to live in a remote, mysterious small world, so they know practically nothing about this world. So I must ask about some things on their behalf. Please ask, Holy Master Yang. We brother will definitely give you satisfactory answers. Wu Fa declared sincerely. What would their treatment be if they went to the Twin Spirit Pavilion? Yang Kai was no longer polite and began asking directly. Wu Fa thought for a moment before replying. Dragon Phoenix Palace has a disciple called Sun Yu, the Dragon Emperor's successor. How Dragon Phoenix Palace treats Sun Yu is how we will treat these two girls in Twin Spirit Pavilion. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction. If they want to come back later, we will not try to stop them. Twin Spirit Pavilion's inheritance being carried forward is our greatest wish. As for where it is carried forward, it matters not. When they arrive in your sect, their cultivation, we will provide them with the best cultivation materials in the sect as well as the finest cultivation environment. We two brothers can even personally protect them at all times to ensure no harm comes to them unless we die. The twin chi shared spirit divine art they inherited. If they are not willing to share it, no one will force them to. It was the blessings of my Twin Spirit Pavilion's ancestors which gave them that opportunity. Each proposal Yang Kai made was swiftly agreed to by Wu Fa and Wu Tian, the two brothers showing the utmost sincerity and unconditionally. Yang Kai, Hu Jiaoer finally called out to Yang Kai, directing an accusing look at him. That's good enough. Don't embarrass them any further. Even though the various conditions put forward by Yang Kai and the various problems he asked about were all designed to reap the greatest benefits for them, the Hu sisters were really unable to watch Wu Fa and Wu Tian continue on like this. They had already felt the sincerity of the other party. So be it, Yang Kai chuckled, turning to the side and saying, Su Hui, prepare some cultivation St. Pills for them to take with them. Yes. Su Hui quickly left to make arrangements. These days, Xianxia and the 5 grandmasters were refining many pills each day even when no patrons came to seek alchemy services, so the Holy Land now had a great deal of St. Pills in storage. Wu Fa and Wu Tian were both quite shocked when they heard this and directed meaningful looks towards Yang Kai. St. Pills were rare treasures, but this Holy Master Yang actually intended to give these two girls several all at once, further articulating their status in his heart. For a time, their looks became ambiguous. When do you intend to depart? Yang Kai turned to the Hu sisters. Hu Jiaoer hesitated for a moment before saying, Our departure is up to the two seniors. Wu Fa clearly couldn't wait and immediately proposed. Then we should start off now. The road is quite far and it will take at least a month or two to arrive at Twin Spirit Pavilion. Good. Hu Jiaoer nodded before looking towards Yang Kai. I'll have to trouble you to inform our father over there. Tell him that this time we're just going to Twin Spirit Pavilion to have a look and that after some time we'll return so he doesn't worry. No problem. Yang Kai nodded. How may we address two young ladies? Wu Fa and Wu Tian asked finally. After today, the Hu sisters would be spending a lot of time in Twin Spirit Pavilion, so naturally, they had to ask for their names. The Hu sisters replied promptly. The 4 of them then began engaging in a lively discussion, creating a harmonious atmosphere, causing the 2 Twin Spirit Pavilion sect masters to even more appreciate the Hu sisters. Outside the 9 Peaks, Yang Kai personally saw off the 2 sect masters of Twin Spirit Pavilion and the Hu sisters. Wu Fa and Wu Tian walked in front while Yang Kai, Hu Jiaoer, and Hu Meier followed a few steps behind as he gave them some last warnings. It had not been long since the 2 sisters came to this world, and now they were traveling far away to a place outside his reach. So there were many things Yang Kai urged them to pay attention to. Jiaoer and Meier constantly nodded to his words. After speaking to them for a while, Yang Kai finally said, Then I'll see you off here. When you arrive on that side, be sure to be on your best behavior and not cause trouble for others. But if anyone wrongs you, just come back and find me. I'll help you straighten them out. Hu Meier seemed reluctant to part. Meanwhile, Hu Jiaoer pressed her tender body onto Yang Kai's and drew his arm into her soft embrace. What are you doing? Yang Kai stared at her with a look of blank surprise. You actually called us neighborhood little sisters. Hu Jiaoer bit her lip in frustration. Mayor isn't a problem. She is younger than you after all. There's nothing wrong with calling her a little sister. But me, you actually want your great aunt, to call you elder brother Yang. Staring at her enchanting appearance, and listening to her crisp yet refreshing voice which was filled with flirtatious overtones, Yang Kai simply nodded. Naturally. Could you be more shameless? Hu Jiaoer didn't know whether to laugh or cry. In terms of age, she was older than Yang Kai. However, because she and her sister were too similar in appearance, everyone who didn't know them would mistakenly think they were twins. I just said those words because they were convenient. Moreover, I did so to raise your status. You know all this? So why are you trying to make trouble now? Yang Kai sighed helplessly. I know what your intentions were. Hu Jiaoer released his hand and her expression became light again, laughing as she said, having a neighborhood big brother like you might not be so bad. Yang Kai gawked. While he was busy being dumbfounded though, the Hu sisters had walked forward and caught up with Wu Fa and Wu Tian. The two twin spirit pavilion sect masters turned back and cupped their fists. Holy Master Yang, we will take our leave here. You don't have to worry about these two's safety. As long as we brothers are alive, no one can bully them. I'll have to trouble two sect masters then. Yang Kai returned the courtesy. Jiaoer and Mayor looked at each other and in an instant understood each other's intentions, both of them suddenly raising their hands and waving. Bye-bye big brother Yang. We'll miss you. Saying so, their figures gradually flew away. Looking in the direction of their disappearance, Yang Kai let out a long sigh of relief, shaking off the chill he felt before quickly returning to Nine Heaven's holy land to seek little senior sister's warmth. After 10 days, everything has been arranged properly. Inside the former War Spirit Temple grounds, all the various parties from the Great Han Dynasty were peacefully coexisting. The preliminary groundwork had been complete, so now they all just needed time to familiarize themselves with this world. Inside the Holy Land, there wasn't much that required Yang Kai's personal attention, as Great Elder Su Hui could handle most of the things on his own. Saying goodbye to everyone, Yang Kai set out towards Ice Sect alone. He was going to bring Su Yen back to reunite with the sect. He didn't bring anyone with him this time. Li Rong and Han Fei had wanted to accompany him, but Yang Kai had refused. How could he go to seek his woman while bringing along two great beauties? Even if Su Yen was magnanimous and would not suspect him of impropriety, Yang Kai would still feel quite embarrassed. And so, he resolutely refused Li Rong and Han Fei's request to follow him. How exactly to reach Ice Sect? Yang Kai wasn't clear, so he planned to first visit Water Spirit Temple, then use it as a transit point to locate Ice Sect. High up in the sky, a blue streak of light sped along as Yang Kai stood atop the Flying Heavens shuttle leisurely, over mountains and across rivers. As Yang Kai got closer to Water Spirit Temple, his mood became more and more excited. The closer he got to Su Yen, the stronger his nostalgia became, as if he was getting closer and closer to his family. He didn't know what cultivation Su Yen had achieved by now, but Yang Kai estimated that given her aptitude and cultivation environment, she shouldn't have fallen behind him at all. It was pursuing her and Xianing Chang that brought him to Tongshen Realm in the first place, and at the time, Yang Kai's only thought was to find them as soon as possible. He hadn't anticipated that such a simple wish would actually take him more than 10 years to complete. He had also never anticipated that he would have his current achievements. Third Order Transcendent, True Qi Sanctification, Holy Master of Nine Heaven's Holy Land, Master of the Ancient Demon Clan, a hidden identity of the Dragon Emperor. Besides a slight lack of personal strength, it could be said that Yang Kai had reached the summit of this world and stood as one of its great overlords. On top of that, the promotion of his strength was only a matter of time. When he first came here, he was like a lost child that had just emerged from the wild mountains, ignorant of everything around him. He had followed behind bold independent Union's Yun Xian and the others while silently observing the world with his own eyes, with no one to depend on but himself. Bold independent Union seemed shockingly formidable to him back then. But now, with a few words, he could actually consign a force like Bold Independent Union to oblivion, and Yunchang, Bold Independent Union's Union Master, would actually humble himself in order to build a good relationship with him. As such thoughts flashed across his mind, Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his head and laughing wryly. Suddenly, Yang Kai heard a spattering of panicked screams and saw a number of cultivators dashing in his direction, many of them wearing terrified expressions as they constantly glanced behind them, as if they were being pursued by some kind of horrifying abomination. Yang Kai frowned and slowed his pace. He wasn't clear what had happened down below to cause so many people to flee like this. Approximately 30 kilometers in front of him lay Blue Water City, the place Yang Kai had come to in order to find Su Yan in the past and a territory under Water Spirit Temple's jurisdiction. Looking up ahead, at this moment, Yang Kai saw columns of smoke rising from Blue Water City, and a great many panic-stricken screams resounded as total chaos ensued. Yang Kai's face sank and he shot forward in a streak of blue light. A moment later, when he reappeared atop Blue Water City and looked down, his eyes shrank violently. Blue Water City had been transformed into what could only be described as a bloody purgatory, with rivers of red running through the streets and smashed corpses scattered everywhere. A terrible scene to behold. Yang Kai was greatly confused, unable to understand what kind of disaster had occurred here that could transform this once vibrant city into a bloody hellscape. This was Water Spirit Temple's territory. Could Water Spirit Temple ignore such a tragedy? Spreading out his divine sense, Yang Kai soon discovered some unusual places. From a number of locations inside the city, Yang Kai detected somewhat familiar cruel and malevolent auras. These auras were making no attempt to conceal themselves, wantonly spreading out a rich evil chi that caused one's skin to crawl. Looking towards the nearest aura, Yang Kai was startled by what he saw. In that position, there was a dark red skeleton standing upright and walking around, a thumbing sound echoing from it as if blood was pumping through its bones. In the sockets of his eyes were two fiery green lights that terrified anyone who saw them. All around, there were tragically killed cultivators, and at this moment, an inexplicable attraction was being emitted from the skeleton, causing the flesh and blood of the dead bodies to transform into a stream of energy and flow into it. After absorbing the flesh and blood of these dead people, a thin layer of flesh appeared on the surface of the skeleton. It was looking at an extremely thin man whose skin had been peeled off. Seeing all this, Yang Kai couldn't help calling out in alarm, "Bone race!" The skeleton in front of him, exuding a rich vitality, was clearly a bone race master. But he was not the same as the ones Yang Kai had seen in Ice Sect and Soaring Heaven Sect. It was as if he was completely alive. The aura pulsing from his thin body belonged to a first-order saint. Yang Kai's thoughts were in a state of chaos, as he found himself unable to explain the strange phenomenon he had just witnessed. As he was lost in thought, the Bone Race Master suddenly turned his head and stared straight at him, his green's eyes fiercely glowing as his divine sense locked onto Yang Kai. Immediately, his mouth curled into a cruel grin. Yang Kai felt a cold chill spread throughout his body, finally understanding why all the residents of Blue Water City had been fleeing. Anyone who saw this hellish scene would only be thinking about escaping. What's more, Blue Water City's resident strength wasn't very high, while this Bone Race Kin was a Saint Realm Master. The Bone Race Kin in front of him was also not the only one inside Blue Water City. Yang Kai had noticed at least 4 or 5 other powerful auras scattered throughout the city. The sudden appearance of Yang Kai seemed to have caught the Bone Race Master's attention, and after observing him for a moment, the Bone Race Master slowly began walking towards him. There was clearly no skin on his body, but the places where he stepped remained clean, none of the blood flowing along the surface of his flesh spilling out and contaminating the ground. After approaching halfway, the Bone Race Master's body suddenly emitted a bloody light and disappeared. At the same time, Yang Kai's instincts screamed out, and he hastily pushed his true chi, sending a palm strike forward. A huge palm print flew out, and with a great crashing sound, the Bone Race Master that had just disappeared was struck by Yang Kai's heaven-covering hand, revealing his figure. Drops of jewel-like blood splattered from him, and the thin layer of flesh he had just condensed was greatly shaved off, revealing his blood-red bones beneath it. The Bone Race Master was stunned, the green flames in his eyes flickering even more, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be able to block him. His aura revealed clear anger as he opened his mouth and let out a piercing scream. His howl hit Yang Kai like a sledgehammer, causing the latter's knowledge sea to toss and turn. The Bone Race Master's scream was clearly a powerful soul attack. Xianxia's face became cold and he summoned a golden spear into his hand, tossing it ruthlessly towards the screaming Bone Race Master. Xiao! The heaven-punishing spear turned into a streak of golden light and passed straight through the mouth of the Bone Race Master like a bolt of lightning before exiting out the back of his head. A hole appeared, allowing Xianxia to see straight through the Bone Race Master's heads. The Bone Race Master, however, remained indifferent, the thin flesh around his neck squirming and quickly covering this wound, returning it to its original shape, as if it had never been pierced at all. Xianxia suddenly felt that the situation was more dire than he originally thought, and his mood gradually became heavy. This strange race was not only absorbing the vital essence of deceased cultivators, but they could also use it to shape their own flesh and even ignore what would normally be fatal injuries. It was almost like they were immortal, greatly disturbing Xianxia. The blow Xianxia struck a moment ago seemed to completely irritate the other party. The Bone Race Masters howled, releasing a blood-red light that seemed to cover the sky before it descended onto Xianxia. This blood-red light contained a terrifying strength and released a hissing noise as it passed through the air, clearly illustrating its extreme corrosiveness. Xianxia let out a snort and opened all the pores on his skin before he pushed his true Yang Yuan Qi, sending out an eruption of golden light, like a miniature sun, which bathed all of Blue Water City in a stunning radiance. The blood-red light falling towards him could not even approach before it was evaporated by the intense heat. The Bone Race Master was obviously startled by this, but before he could regain his composure, Xianxia had already dashed towards him while condensing a profound heavenly sword that he slashed out from close range. An angry and unwilling scream burst from the Bone Race Master's mouth as the thin layer of flesh on his bones was cut apart and flew off, spewing blood all over the surroundings, turning him into a miserable sight. Xianxia's face remained indifferent as he silently observed the Bone Race Master's strength and reactions. He had the aura of a first-order saint, but it seemed he was unable to exert all his power, and as his flesh was cleaved from his skeleton, his aura grew increasingly weaker. A moment later, Xianxia withdrew and stared at his opponent. The Bone Race Master in front of him had been reduced back to nothing but a skeleton with meridians running across his bones, a strange sight as usual. However, Xianxia discovered to his amazement that even after suffering so many attacks, the Bone Race Master's skeleton didn't have a single scar on it. It seemed his bones were comparable to high-grade artifacts. On top of that, although his flesh had been destroyed, his vitality had not been affected. The Bone Race's body once again exuded a huge attractive force, and in an instant, Xianxia felt as if his own flesh, blood, and vitality were being pulled from his body. His skin felt like it would rip open at any moment. Xianxia's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly circulated his true qi to resist this attractive force from the Bone Race Master. Xiao, xiao, xiao. From all around, the flesh and blood of the deceased cultivators transformed into stream of pure vitality and poured into the Bone Race's skeleton. Soon after, another thin layer of flesh appeared on the bones of the Bone Race Master, fueling his violent momentum. Xianxia's eyes narrowed. He suddenly felt that the guess he had made back in Soaring Heaven sect a few days ago may be correct. For this strange race, flesh was only a decoration. Their true essence lay in their bones. As long as their bones were not destroyed, they would never die. No wonder at that time Xianxia had made him incinerate the Bone Race's skeleton. Only by doing so could they be completely destroyed. Xianxia's eyes flickered as he secretly felt he had come to understand this race's characteristics. The profound heavenly sword in his hands scattered into particles of light, and Xianxia gathered strength in his palms, pushing them forward slowly in the next instant. Beast Soul Skill. The White Tiger and Divine Ox appeared with a great roar and bellow. Crush him, Xianxia commanded, and the two beast phantoms condensed from his true qi crashed towards the Bone Race Master, Xianxia following close behind. One person and two beasts launched a simple and crude attack. The earth-splitting Divine Ox Phantom dashed and impaled the Bone Race Master's abdomen with one of its horns. This huge impact caused the fire in the Bone Race Master's eyes to flicker, seemingly somewhat unable to withstand the violent force. The heaven-shaking white tiger phantom took this opportunity to fiercely bite down on one of the bone race's arms, refusing to let go no matter how its prey struggled. Xianxia flew out and stood opposite the white tiger, a cold look upon his face as he reached for the other arm of the bone race master. Xiailala. Burning hot true qi singed the thin layer of flesh, sending out an unpleasant smell. Xianxia ignored his opponent's struggles as he pulled hard on this arm. A wild aura burst from the body of the bone race master as he struggled violently, trying to escape from the fetters of the two beast phantoms. The two beast phantoms were condensed from Xianxia's true qi and were unable to withstand this intense struggle, soon growing dim and threatening to collapse at any moment. Xianxia reacted quickly, using his free hand to display the imprisoning heaven chain. A golden chain wrapped around the bone race master in the next instant, sealing his movements. The two flame-like eyes flashed, convey the uneasiness of the bone race master. A thick and pure blood qi soon rushing out from his skeleton and transforming into a strange, disfigured face that bit towards Xianxia. Grand heavenly shield. A solid barrier appeared and blocked the bone race master's attack. Xianxia instantly increased the force in his arm. Along with a crisp sound, one of bone race's arms was gradually stretched until it finally tore off. Blazing hot true qi burst from Xianxia's hand and burned the torn arm down to ash. Screams left the mouth of the bone race master as a thick flow of blood and energy escaped from where his arm once was, instantly making him appear dispirited. Xianxia clenched his fist and struck his opponent's chest like a 10,000-kilogram hammer, devastating the bone race master's body. Kacha. The bones of bone race's chest gradually broke and shattered while the heaven-shaking white tiger's jaw also began crushing the bones and meridians in his remaining arm. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the flames in the bone race master's eyes finally became dull and fully extinguished, his body collapsing and scattering in the next moment. Xianxia let out a sigh of relief, standing in place and frowning. He now realized the difficulty in dealing with the bone race. Ordinary attacks had next to no effect on this strange race, and what would be fatal injuries for humans couldn't even harm them. The only way to kill them was to complete incinerate or crush their skeleton. With Xianxia's current strength, it wasn't difficult for him to deal with an ordinary first-order saint. But this bone race master had actually taken him quite a lot of effort to destroy. Throughout Blue Water City, there were 5 other auras, one of them even showing the energy fluctuations of a second-order saint. This situation was beyond what he could handle. At that moment, a familiar life aura suddenly appeared inside the range of Xianxia's divine sense perception. Xianxia quickly flew up high and looked over towards this life aura, quickly discovering Water Spirit Temple's Shui Ling, who was currently fleeing under the protection of a Saint Realm cultivator. The strength of this Saint Realm cultivator was not low, his body giving off a rich water attribute aura that was both soft and powerful. He appeared to be around 40 years old and his robes were stained with fresh blood, his Saint Qi fluctuating chaotically, clearly having just experienced a difficult battle. As soon as he appeared, he was immediately noticed by the 5 bone race masters inside Blue Water City, and a series of blood-red lights quickly shot towards him. To these bone race masters, he seemed like a delicious meal, strongly arousing their interest. In the blink of an eye, the 5 bone race masters had rushed over and surrounded him, their green glowing eyes staring at him with wicked interest. Shui Ling, who was being guarded by him, couldn't help but tremble, her pretty face draining of all color. The middle-aged man's expression became dignified as he turned towards Shui Ling and spoke a few words. As Shui Ling listened to these words, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as she constantly shook her head. "Be obedient." The middle-aged man saw this and shouted firmly. Shui Ling's expression went blank as she faintly nodded. The middle-aged man showed a face filled with tragic resolve as a supple strength burst from his body, filling the surrounding world with a raging water attribute energy. Drops of crystal clear water suddenly condensed around the middle-aged man, their number too high to count. All at once, these water droplets shot out like arrows towards the surrounding bone race masters, each one containing tyrannical penetrating power. "Go!" the middle-aged man shouted, his hands swiftly forming a series of seals, manipulating the water droplets around him to combine and pierce. The bone race masters surrounding the middle-aged people remained completely indifferent, allowing these water arrows to penetrate their bodies, seemingly ignoring them altogether. When these water arrows shot out, Shui Ling transformed into mist and vanished into the sky. She was the possessor of the water spirit body special constitution and was born with this divine ability. In the past, Xianxia had suffered a number of losses because of this trick of hers, finally having to rely on old demon's strange methods to capture Shui Ling. However, Shui Ling still couldn't escape. One of the bone race masters turned his gaze towards a certain place in the air and released a pulse of spiritual energy, sending out an invisible divine sense attack. A moment later, Shui Ling screamed and her figure reappeared, falling from the sky as red blood flowed from her mouth and nose. Eerie laughter left the lips of the bone race masters, but because their physiques were seemingly incomplete, their voices were particularly harsh and grating. The bone race masters were greedily eyeing Shui Ling, apparently interested in her physique. It seemed like her water spirit body would allow them to more quickly restore themselves than the flesh and blood of ordinary cultivators. At that moment, a flash of blue light appeared and swept up Shui Ling before she could hit the ground. The bone race masters stared coldly at this scene before a look of pleasant surprise appeared on their faces, their divine sense bursting out, seemingly be communicating with one another. As she was held in his arms, Shui Ling saw who her rescuer was and exclaimed, "Xianxia, we'll talk later." Xianxia rushed over to the absent-minded middle-aged man and shouted, "Come up!" The middle-aged man didn't hesitate and jumped directly onto the Flying Heavens shuttle. In a flash of light, Xianxia, together with the middle-aged man and Shui Ling, were already 100 kilometers away. The few bone race masters didn't even try to stop them, as if they knew it was futile, instead just staring at Xianxia's disappearing back while cackling lowly. The few of them continued communicating via divine sense for a while before one of them nodded and quickly left Blue Water City and headed out towards the sea. Several thousand kilometers away from Blue Water City, inside a remote mountain valley, Xianxia set down the Flying Heavens shuttle and allowed the rescued middle-aged man and Shui Ling to disembark, all three of them remaining silent with heavy looks upon their faces for a time. Shui Ling was still a little weak. She had been hit by a bone race master's divine sense attack which had caused her some minor wounds. The middle-aged man hurriedly took out some pills from his universe bag and let Shui Ling take them. Seeing her enter a state of meditative recovery, the middle-aged man gradually calmed down and turned to Xianxia, sincerely cupping his fists and bowing, "Many thanks for little brother's timely rescue. This humble one is extremely grateful. No need to be so polite." Xianxia gently nodded. "It was just a slight effort. Is little brother acquainted with Linger?" The middle-aged man looked at Xianxia curiously. Xianxia smiled and asked back, "Are you the temple master of Water Spirit Temple, Shui Yun?" "Indeed." Shui Yun nodded. "How may I address little brother?" "Father. He is the one I told you about." "Xianxia," Shui Ling called out from the side. Shui Yun's shoulders trembled as he stared at Xianxia in amazement, calling out in alarm in the next instant, "So it is Holy Master Yang of Nine Heavens' Holy Land." This Shui's vision was lacking. "Please forgive my lack of respect." After learning Xianxia's identity, Shui Yun's speech immediately became more polite. In today's Tongxian realm, no one dared disrespect the master of Nine Heavens' Holy Land. Xianxia was able to recognize Shui Yun's identity so easily because Water Spirit Temple only had a single Saint Realm Master, the Temple Master Shui Yun. Coupled with the care he showed towards Shui Ling, his identity was obvious. "Xianxia, why are you here?" Shui Ling asked Xianxia while she steadied her breathing. "I was just passing through." Xianxia frowned, his tone lowering as he asked, "Where did those bone race masters in Blue Water City come from?" "Bone race," Shui Yun. "Those walking skeletons that absorb vital essence to mold their physiques. Is Holy Master Yang familiar with them?" Shui Yun's expression changed as he asked urgently. Xianxia shook his head. "I don't understand much about them, but I have seen them before, once quite recently." "Does Senior Shui know where they came from?" Shui Yun's look sank as he sighed. We don't know where they came from. A year ago, an iceberg that was about to melt drifted into the vicinity of Water Spirit Temple. Inside it, a disciple found a frozen skeleton. Curious, I retrieved it, but after a thorough investigation failed to find anything of value, so I casually buried it, and that was the end of the matter. Or so I thought until a few months ago when that skeleton inexplicably came to life. As Shui Yun narrated his story, Yang Kai listened quietly. In summary, after that Bone Race Master revived, it had gone on a killing spree inside Water Spirit Temple. As it killed and absorbed vital essence, its strength was quickly restored. When Shui Yun noticed this disturbance, he joined together with all the masters of Water Spirit Temple, and after more than a dozen sacrifices, they somehow managed to imprison it. However, no matter what they tried, they were unable to kill this Bone Race Master, and in the end, they could only burn him down. This method ultimately proved correct and finally managed to put him down for good. It took a few months after that incident for things to settle down, but a few days ago, before everything could return to normal, Water Spirit Temple was invaded by many similar living skeletons from all directions, instantly resulting in the sex collapse. Those skeletons and Bone Race Masters were all extremely powerful. There were many saints among them, while even the weakest had reached the transcendent realm. There were no immortal Ascension boundary cultivators at all. On top of that, after they killed someone, they would absorb their flesh and blood to restore themselves and to mold their own physique. My Water Spirit Temple's 2,000 disciples were completely slaughtered in less than a day, and all our islands were seized. Water Spirit Temple has been completely destroyed, Shui Yun said with a distraught look. Not many managed to escape. This Shui was too incompetent and could only manage to protect Linger while escaping to Blue Water City. But I hadn't expected that those Bone Race bastards had already made their way there and carried out another slaughter. Father, this is not your fault, Shui Ling comforted. But it is the truth that Water Spirit Temple fell under my watch. Shui Yun shook his head sorrowfully. They may have come from the glacial expanse. Yang Kai's expression darkened. Glacial expanse? Shui Yun stared at him in confusion. From Ice Sect's territory. Yang Kai tensed up. These past few months, have you had any contact with Ice Sect? Do you have any idea what their situation is? Our most recent transaction with them was a few months ago, a few days before that first skeleton came to life. Shui Yun replied. You stay here and restore yourselves. I'm going to take a look, Yang Kai said before summoning the Flying Heavens shuttle and preparing to leave. Yang Kai, don't go, Shui Ling called out in alarm. Those creatures are too strong. Going along is too dangerous. And, although there aren't many of them, there are still a number of Saint Realm Masters. Moreover, they can restore their strength after killing people. Facing them along is far too risky, Holy Master Yang. It's all right. I'm just going to scout out the situation. If you notice danger approaching, leave here quickly. I'll find a way to find you after. Yang Kai urged them before vanishing. Shui Yun and Shui Ling both wanted to stop him but were helpless to do so. I hope he can remain safe, Shui Yun sighed heavily. In front of those horrible living skeletons, even he, the master of Water Spirit Temple, was powerless to resist. This time, if he hadn't decisively escaped, both he and Shui Ling would have definitely perished. Thinking back on this experience, Shui Yun still felt some lingering fear. Surrounding by an azure light, Yang Kai rapidly sped towards Water Spirit Temple. The bone race appearing in Water Spirit Temple won such a large scale, occupying Water Spirit Temple's islands and slaughtering all of Water Spirit Temple's disciples, was no mere coincidence. If Yang Kai wasn't mistaken, these bone race cultivators should have come from Ice Sect. Ice Sect had been guarding that glacial world for centuries to prevent the revival of the bone race. Yang Kai hadn't thought about it much before, but now he realized that Ice Sect must have known the bone race had not died out but were instead hiding deep within the ice. So they remained there all this time. However, they probably didn't know where the bone race was hiding. Before the bone race restored themselves, they appeared no different from ordinary skeletons, so it was extremely difficult to detect them. But now, with so many bone race members appearing in Water Spirit Temple, Ice Sect's situation was really worrying. Su Yen was still in Ice Sect, so how could Yang Kai not worry? A short while later, Xianxia returned to Blue Water City. At this moment, the city was filled with a rich air of death, with no trace of anything living. Even the bone race masters had disappeared, but not before they had cleaned out all the corpses from the city. All that remained inside Blue Water City were broken buildings and faint bloodstains on the ground. Crossing Blue Water City, Xianxia quickly arrived in the skies above Water Spirit Temple. A tyrannical aura that caused one's heart to clench spread from down below. Xianxia's blood ran cold as he quietly released his divine sense to probe the situation, his face paling in the next moment. In the range of his sensation, there were at the very least a dozen Saint Realm Masters and 100 Transcendents. Many of these saints were second or third order as well. Such a huge force could crush any sect in this world. Could be said that if they wanted to dominate Tongxian realm, it would be an easily achievable goal. Great change is approaching. The words Chu Ling Xiao had said to him a few days ago now resounded in his ears again, their fulfillment appearing right before his eyes. Xianxia's speed was incredibly fast, and as he flew past, he had not been locked onto by any of these bone race masters. When this blue streak flew by, the highest strength bone race masters all looked up, and then in the direction Xianxia disappeared. A star shuttle. A middle-aged man with a pair of green eyes stood up and shouted, a look of pleasant surprise appearing on his face. This bone race master was completely different from those Xianxia had seen before. He already had a complete body that looks no different from ordinary humans. His face was ruddy and his body radiated a powerful vitality. Only his eyes were different, an eerie and terrifying green in color. Sir, that's the star shuttle we saw a moment ago in that little city. Should we go seize it? The middle-aged man shook his head. A star shuttle's speed it too fast for us to catch up. Find out what the origins of that person are. Yes. From the direction he was headed, it looks like he is headed towards those glaciers. What reason would he have to go there? Does he have some kind of relationship with those people? The middle-aged man frowned pensively. After half an hour, Xianxia successfully arrived in the vast world of glaciers. As soon as he arrived, Xianxia sensed an unusual energy fluctuation from up ahead. Void energy. Looking up, he discovered that a few dozen kilometers away, several hundred meters off the ground, there was a void corridor entrance. The rich void energy was leaking from this void corridor. Xianxia was slightly startled. Ignoring where this void corridor led for the moment, Xianxia quickly released his divine sense to explore the glacial expanse. The results were disappointing. The whole glacier world was devoid of vitality. The original location where Ice Sect's disciples lived was empty, and the various ice peaks had also collapsed. From the various traces left behind, it was clear that a great battle had taken place here. The white world of ice and snow was stained red in many places. Xianxia's heart sank in a deep abyss. He and Su Yan had already achieved a union of heart and soul, so as long as they weren't too far apart, they could clearly sense the other's existence. But now he was unable to feel Su Yan's aura. One possibility was that she had died, while the other was that she had gone far away from here. Xianxia's breath became ragged and his aura fluctuated rapidly as he hurriedly tried to control his raging emotions. After a long time, he inhaled a deep breath. He felt that the latter possibility was the more likely one. Ice Sect Master Xianxia was a third-order Saint Realm Master, and the other elders were also powerful saints. Even if the bone race recovered here and launched an attack on them, it was impossible for them to have exterminated Ice Sect. Xianxia should have opened a path of escape with them. Looking up, Xianxia's eyes landed on the void corridor. Although he had no clues indicating so, Xianxia could conclude that Xianxia and the others should have entered this void corridor, because if he was Xianxia in a situation where resistance was futile, he would make this choice. Without hesitation, Xianxia immediately rushed into the entrance of the void corridor. In a flash, a terrifying pressure descended upon him, seemingly trying to simultaneously crush and tear apart his body. Yet there was nothing under his feet, and his surroundings were filled with stars. The starry sky. Xianxia's expression sank. He hadn't expected that this void corridor was the same as the one in Shattering Mystical Palace, a gateway to the vast starry sky. The heartstrings he had just managed to relax instantly became tense again. The starry sky was filled with a terrifying pressure that, if one's physique was not intrepid enough, they would die without a doubt. At the very least, one needed to be a third-order saint in order to resist the pressure of the starry sky. This was a place of legend, and very few had ever set foot there. The legendary great demon god was even rumored to have explored the vast starry sky, where he ultimately met his end. Regardless of whether these rumors were true or not, it was certain that the starry sky was extremely dangerous. If the masters from Ice Sect had thought this was just an ordinary void corridor entrance to mysterious small world and had rushed inside, the result was likely to be disastrous. With the exception of Ice Sect's sect master, Xianxia, the others would have been unable to resist the starry sky's pressure. Xianxia's thoughts were in chaos as he stood stupidly in place for who knows how long, not knowing what to do next. It wasn't until he saw several broken bones out of the corner of his eye that he came back to his senses. Xianxia's hands trembled as he reached out and drew these lightly drifting bones towards him, picking them up hesitantly and carefully examining them, only breathing a sigh of relief a moment later. These bones should belong to a bone race cultivator that had rushed into the starry sky and were unable to bear the huge pressure to end up crushed. This, however, only reinforced Xianxia's previous guess. The masters from Ice Sect should really have escaped through this void corridor, and the bone race cultivators had chased after them, resulting in them being struck by the starry sky's pressure and dying on the spot. Looking carefully, Xianxia discovered a great many broken bones scattered about. It seemed that several bone race cultivators had died here. But if that was the case, what about the Ice Sect elders and Suyen? There was no trace of their deaths here at all. It was as if they had magically vanished into the starry sky. As his mood gradually stabilized, Xianxia crushed the bones in his hand before using the Flying Heavens shuttle to begin searching the vast starry sky for any clues he could find. He did not let off any suspicious areas. His divine sense extended out as far as possible as he fantasized about suddenly finding a trace of Su Yen, or better yet finding her hiding safely under the protection of Xianxia in some corner of the starry sky, just waiting for his arrival. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Xianxia searched a 10,000-kilometer radius around the starry sky entrance, combing over every last centimeter but failed to find any clues. Time passed by, and after an unknown number of days, Xianxia returned to the void corridor, turning his head back once to stare deeply into the starry sky's depths before rushing inside. As soon as he returned to Tongxian realm, he flew directly to Water Spirit Temple. In this world, if anyone knew the whereabouts of Ice Sect survivors, it would be the Bone Race Masters. If they had any news about Su Yen, no matter the danger, he had to find out. The largest island inside Water Spirit Temple's territory was also the location of its headquarters. But since its destruction, this place had become occupied by the Bone Race. At this moment, all the Bone Race cultivators had gathered here. Every one of them now had a complete physique and were no longer a walking skeleton. At first glance, they appeared no different than the humans of this world, but their green glowing eyes made them easily identifiable. Nearly 200 Bone Race cultivators had gathered here, their green eyes flickering with an ominous light, causing the entire island's atmosphere to feel and appear gloomy. In contrast to this atmosphere, these Bone Race Masters were in the midst of revelry, celebrating their recovery after thousands of years of slumber, each of them wearing an excited look. Their cheers echoed across the surrounding sea. They had all assembled in a giant circle at the center of which was a huge pool of blood filled with broken pieces of meat and bone. Huge bubbles constantly emerged from this blood pool and burst open, sputtering out a rich blood fog that dyed the sky above it in a crimson hue. Many pale bones and unknown herbs floated in this blood pool. Bright flashes appeared from time to time at the bottom of the pool, forming a profound and complex array. "Senior Luo, it's almost time." A Bone Race cultivator walked up to the head middle-aged man and reported. The middle-aged man nodded lightly, his face indifferent, standing up in the next instant. The noisy Bone Race cultivators all fell silent as they turned their gazes towards him. Kuluo swept his eyes over the crowd for a moment before speaking. "A few thousand years ago, my clan inadvertently arrived in this world, thinking it was a good opportunity to open up new territory, but we never expected to be set upon by a great expert. My clan was defeated. Our masters all died in battle, while the rest of us could only escape to the remote glaciers of this world, to slumber away the centuries. But now we have awoken. That powerhouse who killed our clan's masters has already died. So now there is no one in this world who can resist us. The Bone Race masters all cheered in excitement, their voices resounding louder than ever before. Kuluo lifted his hand to silence the crowd before continuing. Tonight, new clansmen will be born. Each of us must contribute our strength to help them rise. All the Bone Race masters nodded. In the next moment, all of them began to act, and the vital essence which formed each Bone Race's physique welled up and poured into the blood pool. The blood pool instantly began to churn, as if it was boiling up, the flesh, blood, bones, and herbs floating within swirling about violently. Along with what sounded like a burst of cries and howls, many fuzzy faces appeared inside the blood pool. These faces were like ghosts that were trapped within the blood pool, none of them able to escape from its depths. All the Bone Race masters stared at the blood pool with excitement and expectation. Suddenly, the bones inside the pond sank down and with a crackling sound and began to fuse together, undergoing earth-shaking changes. With a great splash, a complete skeleton stood up from the blood pond, its pitch-black eye sockets soon filling with a green fiery light. However, compared to the rest of the Bone Race masters nearby, this skeleton's green eyes were very dim, like candles blowing in the wind that could be extinguished at any time. This skeleton appeared somewhat dazed, as if he didn't understand his own situation. However, following his instincts, he began absorbing the vital essence contained within the blood pool. At a rate visible to the naked eye, this feeble skeleton gradually became covered in a layer of flesh, and a moment later, skin also appeared. It now looked like a shriveled-up old man. More skeletons began to emerge from the blood pool, and soon at least 100 of them had appeared. As these new skeletons emerged, the blood inside the pool also rapidly reduced, and within half an hour everything had dried up. At the bottom of the now drained pool, there were some remnant herbs and bones which seemed to be useless scraps. Kuluo nodded lightly, a look of satisfaction appearing on his face, but just as he was about to issue some orders, an indifferent voice suddenly echoed from the night sky. "So this is how you're born." Kuluo's eyes flashed as he turned them towards the sky. He was only able to catch a glimpse of a golden light rapidly descending towards him, carrying with it a huge destructive force. His face changed dramatically and Kuluo quickly pushed the power in his body, trying to block this golden light attack, but he was a step too late. With a loud bang, the newly born Bone Race clansmen who were still standing in the remnants of the blood pool were struck. Unable to withstand this blow, their bones were shattered and blew apart, not a single one of them surviving. Bone Race clansmen born this way were clearly extremely fragile when they first step into this world. "Who goes there?" Kuluo's expression warped as he called out angrily. Wrapped in a cold aura, Xianxia stood midair over the heads of the gathered Bone Race masters and looked down at Kuluo fearlessly. He also felt that among the Bone Race gathered here, this person was the strongest and possessed the highest status. If he wanted to know something, this was the best person to ask. All the Bone Race masters' visions landed on Xianxia, their divine senses locking onto him, their expression gloomy. Among the crowd, one of the Bone Race masters stared at Xianxia for a moment before he exclaimed, "It's you, sir. He is the one who owns that star shuttle," he quickly reported to Kuluo. Hearing this, Kuluo's expression brightened as he let out a laugh. "No wonder you show no fear despite having such pitiful strength. You think you can rely on your star shuttle to escape. Unfortunately for you, you've miscalculated. That star shuttle of yours is useless in front of me." As he spoke, the surrounding world seemed to stagnate, as if an invisible barrier had been erected with Xianxia firmly placed in the middle of it. Xianxia's brow wrinkled as he carefully probed his surroundings, but upon not sensing anything out of the ordinary, he became even more alert. "Human, hand over your star shuttle, and I can grant you the honor of joining my clan." Kuluo lifted his hand towards Xianxia and said in a commanding tone, "Star shuttle." Xianxia's brow wrinkled, immediately thinking of something and taking out the flying heavens shuttle. Do you mean this? Yes. Kuluo's green eyes fixed on the flying heavens shuttle. Give it to me. Yongkai slowly shook his head. You call it a star shuttle? Do you know what this artifact is? Despise flashed across Kuluo's eyes as the other Bone Race clansmen also laughed at Yongkai's ignorance. Who doesn't know what a star shuttle is? In any star field, it's one of the most common artifacts. One of the Bone Race down below shouted. Star field. Yongkai raised his brow. Kuluo impatiently explained. A star field is a star field. Your world is really too remote, you don't even know about star fields and star shuttles. Other than traveling quickly, this artifact doesn't have any other function. What do you want it for? Yongkai asked. Humph, without a star shuttle, how could one traverse the starry sky? Each star field is so vast that anyone trying to cross it casually will lose their way and end up dying alone of old age. Yongkai's expression changed. Although the other party hadn't said much, he had managed to glean from useful information. This star shuttle seemed to originally be designed for use in the starry sky, which explained why it possessed such great speed. But this was not the most critical piece of information the Bone Race Master's words had revealed. Staring deeply at Kuluo, Yongkai asked solemnly, Your race isn't from Tongxian realm? Kuluo laughed. When did I say we were? Yongkai's heart clenched. If this Bone Race Master was telling the truth, it meant they were visitors from a different world across the starry sky. How was this not shocking? Many had suspected that there might be other intelligent creatures in the vast starry sky. But because no one could cross the starry sky, no one could confirm this theory. It wasn't until this moment that Yongkai was able to determine that the suspicions of these great predecessors were true. The Bone Race had come from the starry sky. They weren't natives of Tongxian realm. Boy, how much did you see just now? Kuluo's pair of sinister green eyes stared coldly at Yongkai as he asked. Basically everything. Yongkai had witnessed the strangeness of the blood pool, the spirit array arranged at its bottom, how the various bones had combined into living skeletons with the help of the herbs and vital essence supplied by the already living Bone Race Masters, giving rise to new Bone Race clansmen. These newly born Bone Race clansmen were extremely fragile and had been easily destroyed by his attack just now. But each of them, without doubt, had the aura of a transcendent realm cultivator. Could be said that as long as they were given enough time, these fresh Bone Race clansmen would all become true transcendents. Moreover, incredibly difficult to kill transcendents. Humph! Kuluo coldly snorted. Whether you saw it or not isn't important. You're going to die today anyway. Yongkai grinned. When I came a moment ago, I heard you shouting something about dominating this world. Do you think that with a few extra transcendents you'd be able to achieve such a lofty goal? Kuluo shot Yongkai a mocking look, not showing the slightest signs of nervousness, not taking any kind of offensive action, simply using his divine sense to block the space around Yongkai to prevent him from using his star shuttle to escape, as he lightly said. A few extra transcendents? The only reason for that is because this place is too barren, so the newly born members of my clan can only reach the transcendent realm. You mean you can directly create Saint Realm Masters? Yongkai's face sank. Kuluo laughed and replied, As long as we kill enough experts and obtain enough high-grade flesh and blood, as well as the matching high-grade herbs, what's so difficult about creating saints? Yongkai's face paled involuntarily. He had far underestimated the strangeness of this race, never having expected such unfathomable creatures to exist. However, one thing that gave Yongkai some solace was that the price to perform this ritual was not small. From what he had seen, the blood pool just had an incredible amount of herbs, bones, flesh, and blood in it. It was likely it had contained the remains of most of Water Spirit Temple's 2,000 cultivators, but that had only been enough to give birth to about 100 Bone Race clansmen. Enough nonsense. Hand over that star shuttle, and as a reward, I'll let you choose a comfortable way to die, Kuluo remarked with impatience. Let me ask you one last question. If you can answer it, I'll give this star shuttle to you. Yongkai said flatly. You're not qualified to talk to me about conditions, Kuluo said disdainfully. With your pitiful strength, I can take your life before you even blink. Go ahead and try. See if I can't destroy this star shuttle before I die. Xianxia replied boldly, gripping the star shuttle in his hand tighter as he pushed his true qi, putting on a posture of perishing together. Kaluo's expression finally changed, a hint of anxiety appearing on his face. Xianxia's words managed to strike at a sore point. Star shuttles were indeed extremely common in the vast star field. In fact, when they first came to Tongxian realm, his clan had a lot of star shuttles with them, but after thousands of years without physiques unable to nourish these artifacts, all their star shuttles had already become irrevocably damaged and unusable. The star shuttle in Xianxia's hand was probably the only one left in all of Tongxian realm. If they wanted to leave Tongxian realm and return to their star field in the future, they absolutely needed a star shuttle. That was why Kaluo was so interested in Xianxia's flying heavens shuttle. Without it, they would forever be stranded here. Young man, there's no need to be impulsive. Everything is open to discussion. Kaluo's complexion became bad as his green eyes flashed a hint of coldness, swearing to himself that as soon as he got his hands on this star shuttle, he would make Xianxia taste the world's most brutal torture. Are you willing to talk now? Ask your question. That glacier-covered region with a gateway leading to the starry sky, where did the people who lived there go? You mean those people who all cultivated ice attribute arts? Kaluo's green eyes flickered. Yes. Tell me where they went. What kind of relationship do you have with them? Kaluo didn't answer immediately and asked a question of his own instead. Don't spout any nonsense with me, otherwise I'll crush the star shuttle right here and now, making you forever unable to obtain it. Xianxia shouted. Anger flashed across Kaluo's face and he was on the verge of erupting, but somehow he managed to hold himself back and coldly state, most of them died. The rest fled. Fled where? The starry sky. Bullshit. Xianxia's expression became fierce as he shouted, you think I know nothing of the starry sky's mysteries? With the pressure there, besides experts on your level, none can survive traveling through the starry sky. Don't think you can lie to me. I've been to the starry sky more than twice. Kaluo couldn't help showing a look of surprise at Xianxia's words, apparently not having expected this weak youth to possess such experience or boldness. The starry sky was not a place an ordinary person dared to explore. Shrugging his shoulders, Kaluo grinned. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do about it. They really fled to the starry sky because they also had a star shuttle in their hands. They also had one? Xianxia was startled but soon understood. Ice Sect had fought many battles with the Bone Race before, so it wouldn't be impossible for them to have obtained a star shuttle. If they used a star shuttle, they really could flee to the starry sky without worrying about the danger. Kaluo's words were possible. How many of them escaped? Xianxia hurriedly asked. You said you'd only ask one question. Kaluo coldly snorted. I changed my mind. Kaluo grit his teeth as sent a hate-filled stare towards Xianxia and shouted, 6. 5 saints and a third-order transcendent. 6? Xianxia whispered, silently calculating before asking, how many women were there? 3, that third-order transcendent included. Hearing this, Xianxia chuckled, his voice initially quite quiet but soon growing louder and louder until finally it boomed like rolling thunder, as if he had just heard the world's funniest joke. His originally nervous look suddenly relaxing as a healthy glow appeared on his face. He was certain the transcendent realm cultivator was Su Yan. Her cultivation had really not fallen behind his own. Finally, Xianxia's tight heartstring finally unwound and he let out a long sigh of relief. If you're satisfied, give me that star shuttle. Kaluo reached out again and said to Xianxia in a gloomy manner. Obviously, he had decided that if Xianxia tried to pull any tricks here, he would immediately take action. If I refuse, what are you going to do? Xianxia snickered as he directed a contemptuous look towards him. Then you'll die. Miserably at that. Kaluo warned coldly. Don't think you can use that star shuttle to escape. That's pointless. Star field cultivators have many ways to restrain the speed of star shuttles. In the end, it's just a simple artifact used for fast travel. I don't need to use this star shuttle. Xianxia shook his head before waving his hand through the air. As he did so, it was as if something had split open. A jet-black tear suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai waved goodbye to Kuluo lightly before stepping through this crack and disappearing. Tearing space. Kuluo's face changed dramatically. A tidal wave like spiritual energy rushing out from his towards the crack in an attempt to stop Yang Kai from escaping. However, the entrance to the void closed in an instant, causing Kuluo's divine sense attack to hit nothing but air. Staring at the spot where Yang Kai disappeared, Kuluo's expression fluctuated as a bitter taste filled his mouth. Never had he anticipated that this weak-looking youth would actually know how to tear space like this. Such an ability was not something an ordinary expert could master. The void was even more dangerous than the vast starry sky. The slightest carelessness would leave a cultivator forever stranded inside, unable to find their way out. "Sir, should we pursue him?" One of the nearby bone race masters turned and asked Kuluo. "With no clue where he went, how do you intend to chase him?" Kuluo angrily roared. "Collect a new batch of materials. Word of my clan's return will soon spread. We must prepare." "Yes." The numerous bone race masters simultaneously flew off in all directions. 1,000 kilometers away, Yang Kai reappeared, a heavy look upon his face. Although he had not confirmed that Su Yan was safe, this bit of good news was enough to lift his spirits. However, the bone race suddenly recovering brought Yang Kai great pressure, especially after he witnessed all the peculiarities of this race, each one of which made them seem more and more difficult to handle. With them possessing a few dozen saints and over 100 transcendents, no single force in this world could contend with them. The worst part, though, was that by collecting raw flesh and blood, and mixing them with a variety of herbs, they could create more of their own race. As long as they were given enough time to amass their strength, they really would be able to dominate the world. This was a fatal infection that had to be purged as soon as possible, otherwise, Nine Heaven's Holy Land and his friends and relatives from the Great Han Dynasty would be implicated sooner or later. Yang Kai faintly felt that the appearance of the bone race was even related to the final words left behind by great demon god's soul clone, and the secrets that were hidden in the demon capital. Summoning the flying heavens shuttle, Yang Kai flew forward while deep in thought. Arriving at the mountain valley where he had left Shui Yun and Shui Ling, Yang Kai went down to investigate and found that they were still waiting here. When she saw Yang Kai return, Shui Ling rushed over, a thick look of concern on her face. "You really came back safely. It's been almost half a month already." Clear admiration appeared on Shui Yun's expression. Holy Master Yang's boldness appears to have been well-founded. "Did you manage to obtain some gains?" "A few." Yang Kai nodded. "Why are you still here?" "We were waiting for you," Shui Ling replied. "Then do you plan to depart now?" "Where do you want to go? I can send you anywhere," Yang Kai said as to the father and daughter pair. Shui Yun's expression immediately became bitter and helpless. "Water Spirit Temple has been destroyed, so we currently don't have any place to go." Shui Ling also wore a miserable expression and was clearly quite depressed. Water Spirit Temple was their home, but now it was completely occupied by the bone race. Moreover, her fellow 2,000 disciples had all been slaughtered. Even Blue Water City had not escaped this calamity. Could be said that in this big world, there was no place where they had a home to go to. Observing their responses, Yang Kai understood their difficulties, and after thinking about it for a moment, he invited, "Would you like to return to Nine Heaven's Holy Land with me?" Shui Yun was somewhat startled and directed a look of surprise towards Yang Kai. That wouldn't be appropriate." "How could it not be? It's just that the environment there may not be suitable for your cultivation. Of course, if you are willing, I can temporarily grant you the status of deacon in my Nine Heavens Holy Land. If later you wish to revitalize Water Spirit Temple, my Holy Land will lend you its full support." Listening to Yang Kai, Shui Yun's eyes overflowed with a deep sense of happiness and gratitude. "Many thanks for Holy Master Yang's generosity." Shui Yun bowed his head. "Shui Ling and I are friends. Senior Shui does not need to act like an outsider." Yang Kai smiled. Shui Yun was a first-order saint, so a guest deacon position in the Holy Land would not bring shame to him. After a brief discussion, the three set out for Nine Heavens' Holy Land. 2 days later, Yang Kai returned and immediately sent word to High Heaven Pavilion's side. Half a day later, Su Mu, Su Xianwu, and Ling Tai Su rushed to the Holy Land and saw Yang Kai inside the main hall. At this moment, all of the Holy Land's elders and all of the ancient demon clan's great commanders were present, each of them cloaked in a solemn atmosphere. Sensing that the situation was quite serious, Ling Tai Su couldn't help but frown as he glanced towards Yang Kai, wondering why he had suddenly convened all his high-level forces here. Yang Kai, where's Su Yan? Su Xianwu was naturally concerned about the safety of his granddaughter. So when he looked around the hall and found no trace of her, he couldn't help asking, "Yes, brother-in-law? Where is elder sister?" Su Mu also had his doubts. Yang Kai had gone out to find Su Yan. This was something they all knew. But now he had returned and without her. This fact alone caused them to become a little uneasy, concerned that something might have happened to Su Yan. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment, but quickly organized his thoughts and expression before saying, "Su Yan is safe for now, but she is no longer in Tong Xian realm." Su Mu was startled and scratched his head. "What do you mean? If elder sister is not in Tong Xian realm, did she enter some mysterious small world?" It had been some time since they arrived here, so naturally, they were aware of the concept of mysterious small worlds. The cultivators from the Great Han Dynasty even understanding that their original homeland was a relatively large mysterious small world. Yang Kai shook his head and pointed his finger up. "She went to the starry sky." This time, everyone inside the hall was shocked. All the leaders of the Holy Land and ancient demon clans staring at Yang Kai in disbelief. "The starry sky?" Ling Tai Su frowned. "Did you not say that the starry sky was filled with danger? That man named Wuxia once talked to this old master about it and mentioned that anyone who had not reached the Third Order Saint Realm that entered the starry sky would die without doubt. And that's true, but Su Yan did not go there alone. There are 5 Saint Realm Masters with her, and they have an artifact designed to traverse the starry sky." "Brother-in-law, what happened?" Su Mu asked, his head unable to catch up with the situation. Yang Kai sighed and began explaining what had transpired. After listening to his story, everyone was dumbfounded. The strangeness of the bone race greatly frightened the Holy Land's elders. "Holy Master, you mean to say that these bone race creatures are only living skeletons, but they can actually absorb the flesh and blood of others to mold their own physiques?" "Yes. And they can create more of their race from a large amount of dead cultivators' flesh and blood along with the appropriate herbs?" "Exactly. The higher the grade of the material, the higher the strength of these newborn creatures." That's what they said. Everyone's heart sank greatly. With just this information alone, everyone present was able to picture a future where the bone race dominated Tong Xian realm. This race could invest its entire strength into a war without worrying about destroying their foundation. All they had to do was kill enough masters and they could give birth to new clansmen. What's more, these newly born clansmen could extremely quickly become additional war strength. If left alone, one day the world would certainly become conquered by the bone race. This was a catastrophe, a world-ending catastrophe. "The situation is grave," Su Hui said heavily. "This matter must be told to the entire human race. Even if we inform them, how many will believe it?" Yu Ying's pretty face filled with worry. The news about the bone race was too sensational. If it wasn't Yang Kai and instead someone else who had told them this story today, all the elders present would have written him off as a raving lunatic. Whether they believe it or not is a matter for the future. We can only do what we're capable of right now. I assembled all of you today for this matter. Quickly arrange some manpower to go out and distribute this information to every force possible and make them continue to spread the word. Tell everyone that my Holy Land guarantees the authenticity of this information, and that if they have any doubts, they may come to the Holy Land and speak directly with me. "Yes," the elders all acknowledged. Without wasting another breath, they departed and began making arrangements, as all of them was well aware of the seriousness of this problem. If the bone race was not strangled in the cradle as early as possible and allowed to expand without check, even if they managed to assemble the power of the entire human race, they would be unable to stop them. After the elders left, Yang Kai turned to Li Rong and said, "You, Han Fei, and I will go to the demon capital. Li Rong's tender body trembled. Has Master decided to go? And whatever secrets are hidden there, I must unravel. Good. Li Rong nodded firmly. This old master will also accompany you. Outside the hall, a deep-sounding voice called out. When he heard this voice, Yang Kai's expression shook, and both he and Ling Tai Su turned towards its source. From outside the hall, Meng Wuya strode in, his face full of smiles as he let out a hearty laugh. Brother Ling, it has been far too long. Have you been well recently? Brother Meng. Ling Tai Su was also quite excited, and he hurried forward to welcome this old friend he had not seen in over a decade. Meng Wuya had suddenly left only a few days after being brought back to the Holy Land by Yang Kai, and was not present when the great Han cultivators had arrived. Before the two could speak many words though, Yang Kai called out, Treasurer Meng, you've come back at a fortuitous time. Do you want to go to the demon capital? Meng Wuya turned his attention to Yang Kai. Then I'm going with you. I also want to know what secrets are hidden there. Meng Wuya's eyes then flashed a profound light. On top of that, I need to pay a visit to that demon commander. Last time he used an underhanded trick to seal my cultivation. This time I'd like to see how he plans to face me. Yang Kai smiled bitterly. I'm not going there to find trouble with Zhang Yuan. Meng Wuya frowned. You've met him? Yang Kai nodded. Be wary of him. Zhang Yuan is as insidious as he is ambitious. Don't be deceived by his usual mild manner. If he really wants to act against you, he won't show the slightest hesitation or mercy. I know. But with you together with me, even if Zhang Yuan wants to play any tricks, do you think he'll have the guts to try? Yang Kai relaxed greatly. It would have been sufficient with just Li Rong and Han Fei accompanying him. But now that Meng Wuya would be coming too, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan wouldn't dare have any crooked thoughts. I hope he knows his limits, Meng Wuya snorted. Treasurer Meng, why did you suddenly leave nearly a year ago? What have you been up to? Yang Kai asked. Investigating, mainly about that bone race you were just speaking about. Meng Wuya's face suddenly became dignified. But I only managed to learn that they are foreign invaders and that their deep sleep was somehow related to Great Demon God. Everything else I am not clear about. I was planning on going to the demon capital to inquire about them from Zhang Yuan. But since you also plan to go, we might as well go together. I have a hunch that as long as we go there, all the mysteries the great demon god left behind will become clear. I also feel the same. Yang Kai stared at him deeply, the two of them exchanging a grin. Moreover, Yang Kai held the only key to unlocking the array in the demon capital, the wordless black book, or as Zhang Yuan called it, the demon mystic tome. The secrets left behind by great demon god had puzzled generations of demon commanders, and Zhang Yuan was also very curious about it. However, Meng Wuya being able to learn so much about the bone race was extremely impressive in Yang Kai's eyes. He had heard most of his information directly from the bone race, but Yang Kai didn't know what method Meng Wuya had used to acquire his information. Treasurer Meng's network was obviously quite vast, so being able to uncover some clues actually wasn't too surprising. After spending 2 days in the Holy Land taking care of various arrangements, Yang Kai took Meng Wuya, Li Rong and Han Fei and headed to the demon capital. Passing through the Beast Sea Jungle, Yang Kai stopped at Thunder Tree Palace and told Thunder Dragon Great Senior about the bone race's reappearance and made him aware of the stakes. Thunder Dragon listened carefully, and although he found the story difficult to believe, since it was Yang Kai telling him so, he chose to unconditionally trust him. Thunder Dragon solemnly declared that he would pass this information on to the other 2 monster race great seniors and discuss with them how to deal with it. Yang Kai then continued on to the demon capital. Passing through the entire monster domain, the group of 4 arrived in the demon land a few days later. Feeling the demonic chi in the air, Li Rong and Han Fei both unconsciously relaxed, their beautiful faces showing looks of happiness. They were descendants of the ancient demon clan and should by all rights be living in the demon land. It was only because they followed Yang Kai that they were currently staying in 9 Heavens Holy Land. To them, the environment of the demon land was definitely more suited for them to live in. Even though he had entered the demon land, Yang Kai still unscrupulously utilized his star shuttle. With the speed of the flying heavens shuttle, even if the masters in the demon land became aware of them, they would be powerless to block their path. The demon land's area was inferior to the human territory, but still much larger than the monster domain. Meng Wuya also knew the way forward, so there were no delays on the road or any need to stop and ask for directions to the demon capital. With some idle time on his hands, Xianxia inquired to Meng Wuya about his battle with the demon commander. But the moment he asked, Treasurer Meng became angry out of shame and began unceasingly cursing. From the few words between his various curses, Xianxia managed to infer that Treasurer Meng had boldly run over to the demon capital all alone to challenge the demon commander, completely unaware that there was a hidden grand spirit array beneath the demon capital. Zhang Yuan used the spirit array to trap Meng Wuya inside the city and fought him for a while 3 months before finally managing to apply the profound heavenly seal to him. It was also at that moment that Meng Wuya managed to luckily escape, but not before his third order Saint Realm cultivation was restricted to the peak Immortal Ascension boundary. Since then, Meng Wuya had concealed his identity and been searching for ways to break this seal. Finally, he had found his way to the Great Han Dynasty where he inadvertently discovered Xia Ningchang, who carried the sacred spirit medicine body. Meng Wuya continued cursing resentfully for quite some time. It was apparent that he was deeply disgruntled with Zhang Yuan using the Grand Spirit Array to deal with him in the past. Xianxia smiled bitterly as he thought to himself that if he had known Treasurer Meng had cared so much about this matter, he wouldn't have asked about it in the first place, thus avoiding the suffering he was going through right now. This was a perfect example of moving a stone only to smash one's foot. A few days later, the demon capital came into sight. From far away, the entire demon capital appeared like an ominous beast lying down on the ground, exuding an ancient and desolate aura. Even from dozens of kilometers away, Xianxia could clearly feel the violent demonic qi pulsing from it. Naturally, this was the aura of the demon race masters living in the demon capital. Although there were only 5 third-order saints in the demon land, there were more than a dozen Saint Realm masters living in the demon capital. Ordinarily, Demon Commander Zhang Yuan would be in retreat to explore the mysteries of the Heavenly Way and martial Tao, and wouldn't pay much attention to the demon land's day-to-day occurrences. There were rumors floating about that he was trying to break through the current world's shackles and arrive at the same height as Great Demon God had in the past. Unfortunately, even after several dozen years had passed, his cultivation seemed to have not made any progress, remaining at its current realm. Even so, he was the undisputed strongest master in the demon land, far more powerful than any of the 4 demon generals. The demon race city was not the same as one built by humans. Not only was the architectural style different, but the buildings themselves were rougher and gave off a kind of wild beauty. On top of that, no one guarded this demon race city. Anyone could freely enter or exit from the main gate, quite unlike cities in the human territory where someone would stand at the entrance and force people to pay a certain number of crystal stones before they could enter. The group of 4 didn't bother concealing their true faces and openly strode into the demon capital from the gate. In an instant, countless eyes landed on Xianxia, looks of great interest flashing across the demons' faces. A human! Heh. Interesting. Unexpectedly, there are humans who dare to intrude upon my demon capital. This little brat's courage is not small. Isn't he looking down on my demon race too much? These demon race cultivators who were originally walking about the demon capital stopped to sneer at Xianxia, cold murderous intent slowly rising from their forms. Many demons even began approaching Xianxia, intending to teach this arrogant boy a lesson. Meng Wuya coldly snorted and swept his piercing eyes across the crowd, causing every demon race cultivator he met eyes with to freeze in place as an icy chill gripped their hearts. Only now did they comprehend why this human youth dared enter the demon capital. He had someone to depend on. Xianxia smiled faintly and stopped in place, allowing himself and his group to be surrounded by hundreds of demon race cultivators. If he had continued walking forward, a fight would likely break out immediately. Who here has authority to speak? Xianxia looked around and asked. The numerous demon race cultivators just stared at him, none of them answering. Xianxia's eyes suddenly landed on a certain spot in the crowd. There, a demon race master with a second-order Saint Realm cultivation was walking over, his expression extremely solemn and his demonic chi quietly fluctuating. His eyes occasionally glancing towards the three figures behind Yang Kai, the light of fear apparent in their depths. The other demons here did not possess the vision to see the fierceness of Meng Wuya, Li Rong, and Han Fei, but he was different. No matter which one of these three it was, they gave him a terrifying amount of pressure. Naturally, they weren't nameless individuals, yet these three top powerhouses were actually standing behind a mere human youth, which begged the question, just who was this boy? Who is your excellency? What business do you have in my demon capital? The demon race stood 10 meters in front of Yang Kai and asked, not daring to approach any closer. Your demon commander invited me. Please notify him that Yang Kai has come. Yang Kai. The demon race man's brow wrinkled, vaguely recalling hearing this name before, but he couldn't immediately place it, asking for confirmation. Did Sir Demon Commander really invite you? Is there any reason for me to deceive you? Yang Kai chuckled. Good. Wait here a moment. I must go to the demon palace to seek instructions. The demon said, but just as he finished his words, his brow furrowed slightly and he inclined his head, seemingly listening to something. A moment later nodding and respectfully replying, yes. Turning back to Yang Kai, he cupped his fists and said, Sir Demon Commander has just sent a message informing me to guide you to Demon Palace. Please follow me. Yang Kai nodded and kept up, followed soon after by Meng Wuya and the others. Countless demons stared curiously at the backs of Yang Kai and his group, all of them wondering why their demon commander had suddenly invited such a human into the demon capital. In front of the demon palace was a large open square. In this square, there were a number of black pillars, each of them engraved with a mysterious spirit array that gave off a faint energy fluctuation. There were a number of people bound to these stone pillars, some of them already dead, some of them looking as though they could die any moment. The entire square was filled with a rancid aura and cawing birds were flying about, freely feasting on the various corpses. As Yang Kai followed the demon man into the square, he couldn't help looking around curiously, his brows wrinkling soon after. The demon man seemed to notice Yang Kai's look and voluntarily explained, these people are criminals who dared disobey Sir Demon Commander. Their sentence is 90 days of drying in the sun before they are allowed to die. 90 days? Your demon commander's means are too cruel. If you must kill them, just kill them. Yang Kai grumbled unhappily. The demon man sneered. Sir Demon Commander has shown them enough mercy. If it were up to me, I would definitely extract their souls and torture them for all eternity. Yang Kai glanced over at him before shaking his head. Although it was well known that the demon race were violent and cutthroat, this kind of torture was still somewhat excessive. It seems like not everyone shackled here is from your demon race. There seems to be a few humans mixed in with them. Yang Kai looked at one of the pillars and saw a corpse without a single trace of demonic chi. It was clearly once a human race master. Oh, that's only natural. These few humans called themselves experts and invaded my demon land, and obviously they need to pay a price for their arrogance. The demon race man snickered casually. Yang Kai simply nodded. There were always some fools in this world with too much time and too little brains. They thought themselves strong, so they decided to come to the demon land to stir up trouble and make a name for themselves without comprehending their own depths. The result being their attempt to steal a chicken, ending with them losing their rice. Regarding these kinds of people, Yang Kai only felt they got what they deserved and had no sympathy for them. Yang Kai! Meng Wuya suddenly came to a halt and stared towards one of the pillars seriously. What is it? Look at that person. Meng Wuya pointed in a certain direction. Yang Kai looked in the direction Treasurer Meng pointed, only to see a disheveled demon raceman shackled to a pillar. His aura as weak as a candle in the wind, in danger of blowing out at any moment. His head drooped down and his long messy hair was blocking his face, making it impossible to see his true appearance. On top of that, his hands and feet had been nailed to the pillar by some kind of dark metallic spikes, rendering him unable to move. The blood that flowed out of his wounds had already dried up, giving him a particularly miserable look. Li Rong and Han Fei both frowned, secretly thinking it was fortunate they not followed a master as cruel as this demon commander Zhang Yuan. The demon race man who was leading Yang Kai and others also looked over and said with a grin, "This fellow is truly unyielding. Even I admire him somewhat." Saying so, he began to explain lightly, "He was a rising star in my demon land. 10 years ago, no one had heard of him, but this past decade his strength grew rapidly until it eventually reached the peak of the First Order Saint Realm. If he was giving another 2 years, he may have been able to break through to the same realm as me. Unfortunately, he refused to submit to Sir Demon Commander. Sir Demon Commander then crucified him here and declared that once he had reflected upon his decision and come to his senses, he would be released. Who could have expected that even after a few months, he would continue to stubbornly refuse? Sir Demon Commander actually said that this guy would reach the Third Order Saint sooner or later. When that time came, my demon land would welcome its 5th demon general. Isn't he similar?" Meng Wuya ignored the demon's musings and instead directed a solemn look towards Yang Kai. "Not just similar, it's him." Yang Kai's expression became gloomy as he quickly walked towards the stone pillar. "Hey, what are you doing?" The demon man saw this and quickly called out while at the same time moving to block Yang Kai. "You shut up." Meng Wuya glared at him and emitted a thick murderous intent. "If you dare run your mouth, I'll kill you. If you dare take another step, I'll also kill you." The demon race man opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out, his face turning bright red, not daring to say anything or even more. He could feel the thick murderous intent flowing from Meng Wuya's eyes. "Master, what happened?" Li Rong was puzzled. "Do you know this demon?" "We know him." Meng Wuya nodded solemnly. Li Rong's shoulder shook lightly as she glanced over to the other side with concern. Over there, Yang Kai had arrived in front of the stone pillar, seemingly unable to suppress his excitement and surprise as he lifted his trembling hands to move aside this demon's messy hair, revealing his pale face. Sensing this movement, the bound demon slowly opened his eyes to see Yang Kai's figure. After seeing Yang Kai's face, the man's dull eyes suddenly burst with light, revealing a look of shock, his lips moving slightly like he wanted to say something but failing to do so. "I know." Yang Kai nodded. "Don't try to speak." The man gently nodded and obeyed Yang Kai's instructions. "Brace yourself, I'll get you down now." Yang Kai urged him before reaching out and grabbing hold of the black spike nailed through his right hand and swiftly pulling it out, causing black blood to spray out. In the same way, Yang Kai removed the other 3 spikes. As this was happening, because of the severe pain, the man continuously shuddered. But it was clear his will was extremely firm as he refused to make a sound from beginning to end. Li Rong and Han Fei both wore uncomfortable looks. Yang Kai brought down the half-dead demon man and fed him some myriad drug milk to help him restore himself while hurriedly checking his condition. Zhang Yuan didn't seem to want to take the life of this demon, nor did he intend to cripple him. His only intent was to torment him enough so that he would yield and submit to him. As such, although the injuries this demon man had suffered looked serious, they were actually not too big a problem. It was just that after a few months of this torture he had grown very weak. After taking a few drops of myriad drug milk, with the strength of this man's physique, he would recover within a dozen days or so. Yang Kai took a deep breath and his expression relaxed. "Holy Master Yang." Beside Yang Kai, a voice called out and Demon Commander Zhang Yuan strangely appeared. A somewhat bitter smile looked upon his face as he stared at Yang Kai and asked, "You come to my demon palace and then arbitrarily move my person. Don't you think that's a bit inappropriate? Did you not think you should first at least ask for my opinion?" "Your person." Yang Kai straightened up and looked at him coldly, sneering in the next moment. "He is my person." Zhang Yuan's brow furrowed as he stared at Yang Kai in confusion. What is the meaning of Holy Master Yang? This senior doesn't quite understand. Is Holy Master Yang possibly mistaking him for something else? His body is that of a former demon general, but the soul which resides inside is an old friend of mine. Yang Kai didn't wait for him to finish what he was saying and interrupted directly, not giving this demon commander any face. Zhang Yuan's expression changed greatly and said with some amazement, "Holy Master Yang knows about this? I'll add this to the list of things we must settle between us." Yang Kai grit his teeth before gently picking up the man lying on the ground, then casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Yuan. Arrange a place for us. I need to help him recover. Zhang Yuan wore a forced smile and nodded. He could tell that Yang Kai was not just trying to make trouble. It was clear that the soul which had seized this demon general's body was really related to him, and that relationship was not shallow. Choking down a lot of unstated criticism, Zhang Yuan quickly arranged a small building for Yang Kai's party. Inside this guest house, the demon man lay on a bed, while Li Rong and Han Fei slowly poured their demonic qi into his body to help him recover. Zhang Yuan watched for a while, but soon grew disinterested and found an excuse to leave. Outside Demon Palace, the second-order saint who had led Yang Kai and his group over patiently waited. Seeing Zhang Yuan soon appear, this man respectfully bowed. Send a message to Go Qiong and them. Tell all of them to immediately come to the demon capital. I must see them here within 10 days. Zhang Yuan firmly ordered. Yes, the demon race saint shouted before departing to carry out his orders. After this man left, Zhang Yuan turned back to stare at the majestic demon palace, a barely concealed excitement flashing across his eyes. Yang Kai had come, bringing with him the demon mystic tome, which meant that the mystery which had plagued him for hundreds of years would finally be solved. This was the greatest wish he had after he had become demon commander. So now that he finally saw a glimmer of hope, how could he not be excited? It's all right now, he should wake up after half a day or so. Li Rong and Han Fei took back their hands and stopped pouring their demonic qi into this man before nodding to Yang Kai. Yang Kai responded as he stared down at the demon in front of him with a complex look on his face, not having anticipated that he would be reduced to such a state one day. Master, this person? Li Rong looked at Yang Kai curiously, wondering why he was so concerned about this demon man. Yang Kai smiled. His name is Old Demon. I just heard that his body is that of a former demon general? Yes, Old Demon was originally just a remnant soul, and by coincidence managed to obtain the heavily damaged body of a demon general, allowing him to seize control of it. Yang Kai explained. Li Rong and Han Fei nodded as they listened to the story of Yang Kai and Old Demon. When Yang Kai was small and weak, Old Demon had continuously accompanied him and provided a lot of assistance to his survival and growth. Although at the beginning neither of them trusted one another, even going so far as to harbor murderous intent to the other, as time passed, both sides grew closer and eventually began sincerely cooperating. Even after Old Demon regained his freedom, he did not leave Yang Kai. He was grateful to Yang Kai for giving him a second chance at life, and Yang Kai was also quite thankful for all the help he gave him over the years. As he was speaking, Old Demon suddenly opened his eyes and hoarsely called out, "Young Master Old Meng." Yang Kai's spirit shook as he turned to look at him quickly, asking with concern, "How do you feel?" "Terrible." Old Demon curled his lips and remarked resentfully. Meng Wuya laughed. "You Old Demon, aren't you doing well? If Yang Kai and this old master didn't happen to arrive here today, you'd likely have to bear that suffering without end. Hateful. Just wait for this old master to reach the third order saint realm. I'll certainly unscrew that damn Zhang Yuan's head and use it as a chamber pot. Otherwise, I won't be able to soothe the hatred in my heart." Old Demon cursed as he gasped for breath. "If you think you have such skill, you're welcome to try. This senior will be waiting expectantly." Zhang Yuan walked in with a slight grin, a leisurely look upon his face. Yang Kai shot him a gloomy look. Zhang Yuan paid this no mind and said, "Holy Master Yang, don't blame me for this. This senior had no idea he was your person, and really had no other choice but to offend him. Well, regardless, this senior will apologize." Saying so, he quickly added, "In fact, this senior did not have any malicious intent. I just wanted him to submit to me. It's just that his spirit was more stubborn than I had anticipated. If he had told me earlier he was one of Holy Master Yang's subordinates, how could I have treated him like this? You should have also seen that although he's suffered some pain, his foundation wasn't injured. This is all a result of this senior's generosity." Old Demon just snickered wickedly and said, "It's true that I am the inferior one today and have no way to defeat you, but one day, when my strength dominates above yours, I'll let you understand the meaning of generosity. Zhang Yuan raised his brow. I think you should focus on how to make your soul fit perfectly with this body first. According to my observations, in less than 20 years, the two will surely begin rejecting one another. At that time, you'll have to find a new skin to wear and recultivate from the beginning again. If that keeps happening, just when will you be able to unscrew the head of this senior? Listening to him say this, old demon's face went black. Although he didn't want to admit it, what Zhang Yuan just said was right on the mark. When he first obtained this demon general's body, he had told Yang Kai that there would be no problems occupying it for 30 years, but if he could not find a way to perfectly integrate his soul into it by then, he would have to abandon it and seek a new body. It had now been just over a decade since then. The demon commander's eyes were quite sharp and had easily peered into old demon's future. Holy Master Yang, although this senior carries some blame in this incident, the body your friend is currently inhabiting once belonged to a demon general of my demon race. Technically, as this senior is the current lord of the demon race, it would be well within my rights to take back this body. It was also for this reason that this senior had wanted him to submit, but seeing how he is Holy Master Yang's subordinate, how about a compromise? I will deliver this body to Holy Master Yang, and in exchange, Holy Master Yang will not make a fuss over the torture he was put through. Zhang Yuan's face was sincere, but Yang Kai still frowned and looked at old demon. I'll respect your wishes. If you're unwilling and wish to seek redress immediately, I'll help you level this demon capital. As soon as this statement came out, Zhang Yuan's complexion changed greatly. Holy Master Yang, please don't make such tasteless jokes. Yang Kai glanced over at him coldly and flatly said, Do you think I'm joking? Meng Wuya, Li Rong, and Han Fei all shot him a bad look as well. Zhang Yuan suddenly felt a great deal of pressure. Although he was confident in his own strength and possessed many earth-shaking methods, he was only a match for either Meng Wuya or Li Rong. If the two of them were to act together, he would definitely be at a great disadvantage. If a fight were to really start here, the demon capital would probably be destroyed. In an instant, Zhang Yuan's expression became heavy as he turned a slightly nervous glance towards old demon, for fear that an unfavorable word might leave his lips. Many thanks for young master's consideration, but this old master will seek retribution for this humiliation himself. There is no need for young master to intervene. Old demon grinned fiendishly. Zhang Yuan's expression relaxed greatly. Yang Kai nodded and no longer said anything. This senior will arrange for some healing supplements to be sent over, Zhang Yuan said and quickly snuck away. As demon commander, he had not been threatened by others for many years. How could he just stand here and endure such shame? If it weren't for his need to use the demon mystic tome in Yang Kai's hand to open the barrier great demon god left behind, he certainly wouldn't swallow this insult. A demon commander naturally had the pride of a demon commander. A short time later, a few precious treasures were delivered by one of Demon Palace's maids to help Old Demon restore his vitality. Old Demon was extremely satisfied and began conversing with Yang Kai and the others about his experiences these past 10 years. When he first arrived in Tongxian realm with Meng Wuya, Old Demon had quickly separated from the group. He was currently inhabiting the body of a demon general, and it was too dangerous for him to act in human territory. So he set out for the demon land alone. Over the following 10 years, he had hidden his identity and worked hard to rapidly improve his strength. After all, he had the foundation of a top-ranked master and the body of a top powerhouse. Everything was already prepared, and all he needed to do was accumulate enough world energy into his body to improve his strength. He had no bottlenecks at all. After more than a decade, he had managed to restore his cultivation to the peak of the First Order Saint realm. However, no matter how careful he wasn't able to completely conceal himself. Someone had recognized him as a long-lost demon general and reported him to the demon commander. Zhang Yuan had personally brought him back to Demon Palace and ordered him to swear allegiance. Naturally, Old Demon refused and was then nailed to the stone pillar by the demon commander. A few months later, Yang Kai showed up. After listening to his remarks, Yang Kai and Meng Wuya exchanged a surprised glance, neither of them having expected Old Demon to show such unwavering loyalty. Young master, how is your situation? Why are you here? Old Demon then inquired about Yang Kai's experience. Yang Kai briefly explained. Compared with old demon's experience, Yang Kai's was far more spectacular. Even Li Rong and the others had not heard about all these matters and incidents and were quickly drawn into his story. Learning that Ling Tai Su and the others had also come to Tong Xian realm, old demon couldn't help showing a happy expression. When he heard about the great change in the world and the recovery of the bone race, old demon's expression suddenly becomes very strange, solemnly asking, "Young master, are these bone race people you speak of nothing more than skeletons, but also capable of absorbing the flesh and blood of fallen masters to shape their own physique?" "Yes." Yang Kai was shocked and looked at old demon with surprise. "Have you encountered them before?" Old demon shook his head. "I only have a vague impression of them. I believe I should have fought with this race before." Old demon was originally a remnant soul, so before now, Yang Kai didn't know which age he belonged to. But as his position in this world grew and he learned more secrets, Yang Kai was able to determine that old demon was from at least a few thousands of years in the past. Because Yang Kai found him inside the Inheritance Heaven's Cave. And that Inheritance Heaven's Cave was related to Dragon Phoenix Palace and Twin Spirit Pavilion. The core inheritances of these two forces had been lost several thousand years ago. That age was the era of Great Demon God. In other words, Old Demon and Great Demon God both came from the same period in history. It was also possible Old Demon had fought against the bone race, but his memory loss was so serious that he couldn't even remember his own name and only vaguely recalled being called Old Demon. Obviously, he didn't know much about the bone race. With that bone race, was there another race that had a single horn on their forehead? Old Demon seemed to recall something else and asked, "You mean the monster race?" Yang Kai asked. A single longhorn was a characteristic of certain human form monster beasts. No. That race seemed to call themselves the Horn Race. Old Demon frowned, but couldn't remember much else. After a few more words, Yang Kai made Old Demon rest. For the next 5 days, Yang Kai and his group stayed in Demon Palace. Zhang Yuan's hospitality was impeccable, sending an array of delicacies crafted from the finest unique ingredients from all over the demon land. Things most humans would never be able to sample. Not only were these dishes delicious, but they also benefited one's cultivation and helped refine their physique. However, Yang Kai didn't have the frame of mind to enjoy these luxuries as repeatedly asked Zhang Yuan about the secrets left behind by Great Demon God, only to have Zhang Yuan tell him there was no hurry while encouraging him to enjoy the amenities of the demon capital for a few days before they discussed this matter. Yang Kai was well aware that Zhang Yuan was wary of his strength, knowing he alone couldn't compete with Meng Wuya and Li Rong. It was likely he had sent word to the 4 demon generals already, ordering them to quickly arrive and balance the situation. Neither of them wanted to start a fight, but what secrets were left behind by Great Demon God were a complete mystery. It was possible there were massive benefits waiting to be reaped just behind that strange barrier. If that was the case, Zhang Yuan would definitely not be polite and would try to seize all these benefits with the help of his 4 demon generals. Understanding Zhang Yuan's concerns, Yang Kai no longer insisted. A few days later, Yang Kai, who was wandering around the demon capital, suddenly looked up into the sky, his expression becoming serious. "The 4 demon generals are here." Meng Wuya grinned. This old master knew that Zhang Yuan was waiting for them. His vigilance is still so heavy, actually worrying about us trying to monopolize the secrets left behind by Great Demon God. Him having scruples is a matter of course. Yang Kai snorted. "Let's head back. I doubt he'd decline us again." Saying so, Yang Kai led his group back towards Demon Palace. On the streets, countless demons cast curious eyes towards Yang Kai. The demons living in the demon capital were aware that this human youth was a guest of the demon commander. So over the past few days, none of them had tried to find trouble with Yang Kai. But that didn't stop them from wondering why their respected demon commander would invite and entertain a mere human boy. In front of Demon Palace, Yang Kai and his group had only just entered the square when a demon race man walked up to them and cupped his fists. "Holy Master Yang, Sir Demon Commander invites you to join him in the hall. This way, please." Yang Kai and Meng Wuya looked at each other and exchanged a knowing smile. "Lead the way." Yang Kai nodded lightly to this man. The demon race master didn't utter a word. simply turning around and guiding them inside. Inside the palace, Zhang Yuan and the 4 demon generals were sitting at a large table, quietly waiting for the arrival of Yang Kai. Seeing him walk in, Zhang Yuan stood up, laughed happily and greeted him. "Holy Master Yang, I've kept you waiting for a few days. The truth is my 4 subordinates are also quite interested in the secrets left behind by Great Demon God, so I intentionally delayed things so they could arrive. And, come, let this senior introduce you." Saying so, he turned to the 4 people and said, "This is Yang Kai, the master of 9 heavens holy land, the most talked about force in the world. Some of you have met him before, while others have not, but I believe all of you have heard the word of his reputation." Yang Kai swept his eyes over the 4 and added, "I am Great Demon God's successor." Zhang Yuan's complexion changed and the 4 demon generals couldn't help revealing a slightly tense look, a faint trace of awe and respect flashing across their faces. Even Xueli flashed Yang Kai a friendly smile devoid of any of her previous hostility and arrogance. Great Demon God's successor, the weight of this title was almost equal to that of the demon commander, so none of them dared act the least bit scornful or disrespectful. Zhang Yuan gawked for a moment before letting out a hearty laugh. "Good, Holy Master Yang is indeed Sir Great Demon God's successor. Unfortunately, he is of the human race. If he was from my demon race, this senior would immediately hand over the position of demon commander to him. The demon land was developed by Great Demon God, so naturally, his successor was its rightful ruler." Zhang Yuan had spoken these words lightly, but secretly he was quite worried that Yang Kai would use this opportunity to snatch the position of demon commander from him. Quickly switching the topic, Zhang Yuan began introducing the others to Yang Kai. "These 4 are the pillars of my demon land. Holy Master Yang has already greeted Xueli and Menggu. He is Go Qiong, and he is Ba He." As he spoke, he pointed to the other 2 seated men. Ba He nodded towards Yang Kai lightly. Yang Kai had only heard about this demon general in passing and never had any dealings with him. Go Qiong, however, wore an awkward expression as he looked towards Yang Kai. His cheeks twitching slightly, Go Qiong cupped his fists and said, "Holy Master Yang, before, there seems to have been some misunderstanding between us for which I apologize. I hope Holy Master Yang will not take these matters to heart. In addition, I must thank Holy Master Yang for saving my son's life. If not for Holy Master Yang, I'm afraid he would have already lost his life back in that mysterious small world." Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Sir Go Qiong is too polite. Is Go Che all right? Many thanks for Holy Master Yang's concern. My son is doing well." Go Qiong showed a slight look of surprise. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to so easily brush off the past matters and even speak so freely with him. His son, Go Che, had once been trapped together with Yang Kai in a mysterious small world, and it was ultimately thanks to Yang Kai that he was able to escape. It was in that mysterious small world that Yang Kai obtained the divine tree. However, after fleeing from that mysterious small world, their group had been captured by Xueli and brought back to Sand City. Go Qiong then sent someone to redeem Go Che and at the same time take Yang Kai's life. With all these intertwined gratitudes and grudges, it was difficult to say the 2 were strangers. What about the Sun Clan? When the world's mysterious small worlds all opened, that one containing the Sun Clan must have as well. What became of them? Yang Kai asked. At that time, he had suffered a lot at the hands of the Sun Clan. "Exterminated completely," Go Qiong replied sincerely. "The strength within their bodies has a highly suppressive effect on my demon race, so they can't be allowed to remain." Yang Kai nodded, thinking that the Sun Clan suffering such a fate was perfectly normal. Who made their mysterious small world exit into the demon land? Even if Go Qiong hadn't acted, Xueli wouldn't have just sat back and ignored them. "Good. Enough idle chatter. Let's get down to business," Zhang Yuan stated. Everyone's expression suddenly turned serious. "This time, I invited Holy Master Yang to come in order to unlock the secrets left behind by Great Demon God. Holy Master Yang must also be quite curious about these." Zhang Yuan smiled knowingly towards Yang Kai. "I indeed came for this matter." Zhang Yuan gently nodded and said, "To be honest, If the situation had not left me with no other choice, this senior had not wanted to draw support from others. After all, the secrets left behind by Sir Great Demon God are the supreme treasures of my demon race. However, besides the demon mystic tome in Holy Master Yang's hand, there is truly no other way to open the barrier. I believe this was also the intention of Great Demon God. The 4 demon generals all wore dignified expression as they turned complicated looks towards Yang Kai. As such, this senior needs to first confirm one thing. I hope Holy Master Yang can agree to a few conditions. What conditions? Regardless of what these secrets are, Holy Master Yang must not expose them to others. Good. Yang Kai nodded. If there are any benefits left inside, they will belong to my demon race. Holy Master Yang cannot covet them. Of course, this senior will not make Holy Master Yang travel all this way and work for free. I will provide a satisfactory reward. Does Sir Demon Commander think there will be many advantages inside? Yang Kai chuckled. Who knows? Legend has it that Great Demon God possessed all kinds of divine abilities. Perhaps the cultivation methods for those are hidden there. As soon as this statement came out, the 4 demon generals' breathing suddenly became hurried, their eyes flashing a greedy light. All of them couldn't help feeling excited. I actually believe there won't be anything of value left there. Yang Kai smiled confidently. Why does Holy Master Yang say so? Zhang Yuan looked at him strangely, secretly thinking that Yang Kai might have uncovered something he was unaware of. Just speaking thoughtlessly, Yang Kai grinned. In that strange world, Great Demon God's soul clone had once said that if he had a chance, he should go to the demon capital, and that as long as he went there, all his questions would be answered. So Yang Kai believed that the secrets hidden in the demon capital had nothing to do with Great Demon God's divine abilities of treasures, but were instead purely information. The benefits left behind by Great Demon God had all been stored in the demon mystic tome, which Yang Kai had long ago obtained. Seeing Yang Kai not willing to explain any further, Zhang Yuan knit his brow slightly and helplessly said, Does Holy Master Yang agree or disagree with the senior's proposal? It doesn't matter, have it your way. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing him agree so easily, Zhang Yuan's mood dropped, feeling a faint premonition that the secrets left behind by Great Demon God in the demon capital's barrier did not have any tangible advantages. However, before arriving at the end, he refused to give up hope, silently encouraging himself before saying, Then it's settled. If Holy Master Yang trusts this senior would like you to enter alone. Impossible. Meng Wuya decisively shook his head and stared at Zhang Yuan with a sneer. With you and those 4 demon generals there, what difference is letting him go alone than sending a sheep into a wolf's den? No matter what, this old master and these 2 ladies must accompany you. There's no way this old master can trust you. In the past, he had suffered a big loss because of this demon commander's schemes, so he wasn't about to make the same mistake again. Zhang Yuan looked at Meng Wuya and sighed helplessly. He could tell how resolute his attitude was, so after hesitating for a moment he nodded. Good. Then we'll all go in together. But this senior still must insist on the previous conditions. When we get there, no matter what we see, it cannot be leaked out otherwise. Otherwise what? Meng Wuya stared provocatively at Zhang Yuan. This senior cherishes his friendship with Holy Master Yang and doesn't want things to sour because of such trifles. Zhang Yuan smiled calmly, not saying any more on the subject and simply beckoning, Please come with me. The 4 demon generals followed behind him with excitement. They too were very curious about the secrets left behind by Great Demon God. Although they have heard rumors before, none of them had ever even seen this barrier before, so this was a great opportunity for them, one they owed to Yang Kai.